20th, 2020 for assistance. Let the record reflect that all council members are. Thank you. Mrs. Hightower, would you lay together? There was also a wonderful soccer game, which was the refugee community against the city of Greensboro, and we have a perfect record. We've lost both games. It was a lot of fun, and it was a great weekend.
And we had a great Juneteenth weekend as well.
Yep, that was absolutely. We welcome speakers to address council on specific agenda items. During the first meeting of the month, time is dedicated for speakers to address council on non-agenda items. Speakers are allotted 3 minutes for comments. Zoning matters do allow for a 15-minute presentation both for and against the rezoning. There is also a 5-minute rebuttal deliberations. By statute, council members must vote on all items unless there is a direct financial interest or if they sit on a board of a nonprofit receiving funding from the city. All votes will be moved and seconded. The mayor will announce the vote total. We do have a consent agenda for items G1 through G19, which are a grouping of all agenda items that are voted on with one specific vote to expedite what is believed to be routine and non-controversial items. Any council member may withdraw an item from the. This item does include closed captioning. Depending on the length of tonight's meeting, we may take a short recess around 7:30. This is the time for our city manager's report. Mr. City Manager, do you have anything this evening?
Nothing to report. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move on to our consent agenda. Do we have
this particular item? I'm real concerned about this item. This was a conversation I had, and I'd just like to better understand how this came about.
G3. So would you like to? Remove it for voting no, or remove it for the consent agenda minus item G? Who are you waiting for?
Councilmember Matheny.
Okay, that passes 9-0. We will now move on to our public hearing portion of the Edgefin Wrecking Company, Hilltop Holdings, LLC, and Colfax Development Company. We do have one person signed up to speak, and I believe that is to answer any questions we have, and of course, Mr.
Additional District Heavy Industrial. North of this request is currently zoned City PI and R3. East of the subject property is zoned a combination of City HI and LI, industrial zoning. South of the property is a zone combination of R3 residential single family as well as CDLI conditional district light industrial further to the south, and then west of the subject property. Undeveloped does have some single trailer vehicle service area. South of the request is Interstate 40 as well as equipment rental business and single family dwellings, and west request are single family dwellings and undeveloped land. Single family dwellings and west request are single family dwellings and undeveloped land. This property is currently designated as an employment area in part of the request and advertised as part of the hearing. This request does support the comprehensive plan's growing economic competitiveness, big idea, by increasing the inventory of developable sites compatible with corporate and industrial uses, and meets the filling in our framework strategy to maintain inventory and market underutilized sites and structures to private industry and developers. The proposed CDHI district as condition does include conditions that would limit negative impacts on adjacent properties. Staff notes generally care should be taken with respect to building orientation, materials, height, and buffers to ensure the appropriate transition to these lower density residential uses on the adjacent properties. These items were heard by the Planning and Zoning Commission at their May 15th meeting, and the Commission recommended in favor of both annexation and zoning items. There was one person speaking in favor and one person speaking in opposition at that meeting. I can answer your questions.
Any? Second. Well, let's see if anybody wants to speak. Mr. Duggins, did you want to? That's smart. Good. Thank you. Vote. Item H2 will require a statement of consistency. And H1. And that passes 9-0. Thank you. We will now move on to items H3 through H5. H3 is a Westgate City Boulevard, 5800 and 5900 Scotland Road, and 5810 Marion LC Drive. Michael Goins for Renaissance Church Gate City, Inc. And item H5, public hearing for an ordinance for original zoning for portions of Westgate City Boulevard and Queen Alice Road right-of-way, City of Greensboro. We do have a number of speakers signed up to speak. Mr. Kirkman, if you could give us an overview.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Vaughn. Again, this involves 3 requests, an annexation and 2 original zonings for properties fronting on West District Public Institutional, and it will involve a change in right-of-way as well. That is to go to City CM Commercial Medium. North of the requests are currently zoned City CDCM, Conditional District Commercial Medium, Jamestown Public and Institutional. Subject properties are primarily undeveloped, but do contain also a single-family dwelling as well as portions of the right-of-way of Westgate City Boulevard and Queen Alice Road. North of the request is currently undeveloped at this time and has single-family dwellings to the northeast. East and south of the request are also single-family dwellings, and west of the request is a cemetery. The subject property is designated both commercial and residential on the future land use map of the comprehensive plan and urban general on the future built form map. This is the condition that was requested by the applicant and advertised as part of the hearing this evening. Staff has concluded the request does support the comprehensive plans, filling in our framework goal to have every neighborhood in safe and convenient access to first-rate schools, services, shopping, parks, and community facilities. And the proposed CDPI and CM zoning district allow uses that are compatible with the existing commercial, civic, and residential uses located on adjacent tracts, and staff is recommending approval of these requests. These requests were heard by the Planning and Zoning Commission at their May 15th meeting, and the Commission did recommend approval of all of the items. At that meeting, there was 1 person speaking in favor of the request and 4 in opposition. Yes, Councilwoman.
Sorry, Mike. Could you go back to the previous slide about permitted uses?
Right, so these are the uses that would be allowed.
Clubs and lodges. Okay. Carnivals, crafts. Okay, I just want to make sure I read it. It went pretty fast.
Yeah, there's a lot of things there.
Sorry. I
you.
want to make sure I saw all that. Thank
Sure.
you.
Any other questions?
So I guess my question would be follow-up to Mary Kay's. So PI allows for anything, pretty much. Nothing was ruled out.
Well, public institutional generally is usually larger scale, like colleges, universities,
Right.
corporate campuses, medical facilities, those kind of things broadly. And then they also allow general uses such as office, some very limited housing associated with institutional uses, and then there are other things, as you see here on the list, that are allowed.
But it doesn't say specifically residential.
Right. The only residential really allowed is a dormitory arrangement that would be associated with the college, university, school, something like that. But multifamily generally is not allowed in PI.
Any other questions for these slides? Okay. So we do have 2 people signed up in favor, Jason Goins and Bruce Cantrell. Please come up to the podium in that order. You will also have a total of 15 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Do you need my name and address? Or yes, all right. So I am Pastor Jason Goins. My address is 3723 Apple Orchard Cove in High Point. I am the lead pastor of Renaissance Church, the applicant here. Just, I guess, by way of introduction to familiarize the board here with a little bit of the history of our church, which I think will help you all to understand the nature of the request we're making. Our church began about 15 years ago, and out of just scratch, the Lord brought us together with 12 people. We began as a mobile church at Southwest Guilford High School, and today, 15 years later, we are a church with a membership of approximately 700 people, and on average around 400 people on Sunday mornings attending. We have 2 church services on Sunday morning. One of them is at 9:30, and the other is at 11:15 because we have outgrown our current facility. Our current facility is located on Harvey Road, right behind Furnitureland South on Interstate 85. It was an old furniture warehouse of about 35,000 square feet that we purchased about 7 years ago. And also in that building is our outreach ministry, which includes one of the largest food banks in the state. We weekly feed about 300 people. And then also we are working with various other churches and nonprofits in the area, about 40 of them right now, to resource them with food and household goods. We have seen part of our mission to be to really help the hunger and homelessness problem in High Point. Before I go on, I did want to introduce or just make you aware that some of our staff are here. If you guys could stand, I just want you all just to see who we have here. In the back, you see our worship pastor, Tian Garcia, and our youth pastors, Jeremy Warren and his wife, Jenna. Stephanie is our technical director. And then my brother, Michael, whose name you all called out earlier. We get confused a lot. He is one of our campus pastors, and then Pastor Tammy as well. These are just a few of our staff, just to put some faces to the facts I've been giving to you. So about a year ago, our church purchased a completely separate piece of property in High Point at 2212 East Chester Drive. It is known as the old Caldwell Banker building, where they used to be situated there. It's a 25,000 square foot building, and we had this God idea, we think, to plant a second campus of our church there. There's about 10,000 square feet of open warehouse space, but to convert the rest of that office building into co-working space, which would allow for prospective and new entrepreneurs to rent offices. And so there are about 30 offices in that building. We have renovated that building and opened it up about 4 months ago. It's now fully rented by new budding entrepreneurs, and it's just an amazing thing to see. Our church sees as part of its ongoing mission to reach out to the entrepreneurial and business community. And so that was just an effort to do that. And I know that may seem tangential, but it sets up the nature of our application here tonight. So on Gate City Boulevard, our application is encompassing the construction of 2 separate facilities. One of those is a 12,000 square foot office building that will hold right at 65 offices. Many of the staff who you just saw, well, all of them will be there along with our other staff, but we intend to, if our request is granted, to open that space up to the entrepreneurial community in the Sedgefield area, which is where this property is situated. There's nothing like that over there. We are anticipating a completion date in January, and we already have multiple letters of intent from entrepreneurs in that area wanting to please let us be in your office space. So that's the first structure. The second structure is a traditional church facility. It will seat approximately 650 people on Sunday morning, and will allow for the church to continue growing in a larger space. For me, who is also outreach-minded, one of the exciting things that we believe the Lord is allowing us to do is our current facility behind Furniture Land South. We're not going to have to sell that. The church will vacate the premises, but our outreach ministry will then fully occupy that space. And so it will be one of the largest food and household good hubs in the Triad. As I said, we are already partnering with about 40 nonprofits and are believing that when they have access to the full 35,000 square feet, can partner with around 100 nonprofits. So we're very excited about that and all that means for our community here. We have enjoyed the process of getting to know the neighbors. It's been just an education as they've made multiple suggestions to us for improvements, and we've tried to accommodate. We have, as is required about 6 weeks ago, met with the surrounding community at our current facility right behind Furniture Land South. Around 20 folks or so showed up. We had some discussion. Some folks Of course, were in favor of what we're doing. Some had questions, and some were, as you would expect, opposed with a project of this magnitude. We, 2 or 3 nights later, had a follow-up Zoom video call with anybody who was interested because some suggestions were made, and they gave us some things to chew on. And so we wanted to get back with them and let them know sort of what we would do in response, which I'll share with you in a minute. And then since then, we've had multiple phone calls and emails with many folks in the community. And the thing that I love about all of that is that while we all have different ideas about what benefits the community, we all just want the community to be the best it can be. And so that's been just a fun part of that. But there were several concerns raised, and I just want to begin to address those here, if I may, by the community. The first is the proposed access to this property. Lied at the point of our meeting with them along Scotland Road, and I'm not sure how to use this. Can we show that there, or do you want to? Yeah, there we go. Thank you so much. We will be here forever. It was just me. Well, for 7 minutes and 27 seconds at least. Yes. So the point of our meeting, so just to orient you all, this is Gate City Boulevard here. This is Scotland Road, and then this is Queen Alice here. And so, unfortunately, the North Carolina Department of Transportation has said that this property cannot have direct access to Gate City Boulevard. We've gone round and around with the Department of Transportation. We want access to Gate City Boulevard as much as anyone does. Unfortunately, they have just said that is not going to be possible, that where we are is a controlled access zone, and they're just not going to allow that to happen. And so when we met with the community 6 weeks ago, the Department of Transportation simply wanted us to have access here on Scotland. This is a collector street with a stoplight here, and they were going to require some broadening of Scotland as well to accommodate the traffic flow. The community said, well, we don't feel like that's enough. And so we went back to our esteemed architect, Bruce Cantrell, in the back of the room here, and said, hey, let's see if we can talk to the Department of Transportation about adding an additional entrance on Queen Alice here. And so I understand, talking with our architect, that the Department of Transportation is amenable. And so the church is going to expend an additional $100,000 here to bring this entrance and exit in to allow for a better traffic flow, we think. So it's just part of our effort to work with the community to be the best neighbor we possibly can be. Another concern that was raised in our meetings is we're in the middle of a residential neighborhood. We abut the end of a residential neighborhood, I should say. And the question is, what was raised, what's going to be done to maintain the residential character of what's here? And so what we have done is, you can see the parking for this ends here with a retention pond here, and then the required buffer of trees here in this area. And so we believe that the surrounding neighborhood is getting plenty of buffer on which, because of the placement of the retention pond, it's not really going to be possible for us to develop much further beyond that. And so we feel that we've addressed that concern as well. Finally, some of the neighbors were concerned about whether the church had interest, because this is a prime piece of property, and there are other commercial companies that were looking at purchasing it. And they were concerned that we would, say, sell part of the property to a restaurant or to a neighborhood Walmart or something like that. And that's nothing like that has entered our minds. We want this property to be used for God's kingdom, and that is our intent. But to, I think, give some confidence to the neighbors, we shifted our request from a commercial zoning request to public institutional request. Our architect tells me this is known as the good neighbor zoning request, because the institutional zoning request is designed to make your property more accommodating to the the residences around it. We have, and you saw the restricted uses. It's our intent to use the property for ministry and the things that we could foresee it being used. And so based on that, we feel that we have done a good job of accommodating the requests and the concerns of our neighbors. We understand everybody is not always going to agree, and we do look forward to when we're here earning our place in this neighborhood. Many of our membership are part of this neighborhood, so we believe we're going to have a really great outreach to the neighborhood, and that will be a good addition. I am open to any questions that you all might have for me.
Any questions for Mr. Goins? Mrs. Hightower?
Pastor, I heard you, but you made a couple of comments about the road. Did you not make that part of any agreement or conditions that you were applying for, the road access? You say you're going to do something on Queen Anne, I think it is.
Yes. So, and Bruce might be able to help with where we are in this, but we have been working with the Department of Transportation to add that second entrance exit off of Queen Anne onto our property. So we'll have two places for people to enter and exit on the property. Does that answer your question?
Well, no, not really, because I asked, was it going to be a...
No.
Oh, okay.
You need to answer the question.
Okay.
So I think your question is, are we making this Queen Anne entrance exit a conditional part of our zoning application? Is that your question?
I didn't see it, so yes, sir.
Can you answer that, Bruce? Is the Queen Anne part of our request?
Well, I've signed up to see it. My name is Bruce Cantrell. I am the architect for the project. And so we have already submitted our plans, site plan to TRC. We've made it pretty close to the first round of review comments. And so, yes, we have actually received the first comments from Department of Transportation, Greensboro Department of Transportation. And so we are showing those two entry points in our site, one to Scotland and one to Queen Anne. They are suggesting some slight modifications to this plan that Pastor Jason showed. It still has those two entry and exit points onto our site. They are suggesting some additional improvements to Scotland to handle the additional traffic. But the point is, we're working with GDOT to go through all that and to make sure that we're addressing any traffic concerns for this project. Does that help?
Well, if it becomes too expensive, you're not committed to actually do it.
Well, we'll have
and I know that may not be all about.
I understand.
We'll have before I go too far, but I just want to get clear on that. With
at
traffic.
the end of our TRC review, we'll have a set of approved plans that will show two entrance and exits onto our site, and so it's up to us to implement it. We cannot deviate from those approved plans.
Okay.
Yeah.
And have you considered about diverting traffic from the residential piece of the communities?
I'm sorry, considered what?
Diverting traffic away from the residential to direct them to your access points.
Yes. Well, Scotland is a collector street, and so it should be designed. Again, we're making improvements to handle the additional traffic. We hope that most of our traffic will go to Scotland. What we heard from the neighborhood is that they also wanted this exit entrance onto Queen Anne. And we think it's a good idea because it just disperses the traffic more so it's not focused all onto Scotland. But Scotland was designed originally as a collector street. There's a traffic signal there. So that's really going to be the safest way to get away from our site.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple of questions for you. In that illustrative drawing that you just provided,
yes,
does it show any improvements to Marion Elise Drive, or am I just seeing that?
I'm sorry, improvements to what?
Improvements to Marion Elsie.
Our plans show some improvements. We don't know. There may be an option to actually close a portion of Marion Elsie, and that we would exit directly onto Queen Anne, and with more additional improvements. So to answer your question, yes, there will be improvements all the way back to Gate City Boulevard from that exit, whether it's through Marion Elsie or just Queen Anne. Yes. But again, that's some of the conversation we're having with GDOT right now. Their initial suggestion to us is to close a section of Marion Elsie. The adjoining neighbors across the street are in favor of doing that. So that would give us direct access onto Queen Anne. So, but again, that's all in review right now, and we don't have the final review or the final design.
Okay, thank you. And then one more question
Sure.
for the pastor. As it relates to the meeting that you had, or the engagements you had with the community, you said that some were in favor, some were opposed, some were asking questions.
Yes.
Are there any examples of things that were brought up in opposition that you were able to work with them and work out an agreement?
Yeah. So mainly, the two big concerns we heard were traffic. So that's why we're working diligently with GDOT on, to address those concerns. And the other is the permitted uses. And so we went into that meeting with a very short list of exceptions to the PI zoning. And what you have in front of you is, I know it's just showing what the permitted uses is, but if you look at it as the exceptions, it's a much longer list. So in our mind, we made a lot of concessions in terms of limiting the uses for the PI zoning. Yes. And we did all that in an effort to meet their concerns.
Thank you.
I think I just have one question. You had one meeting with the neighborhood?
We had one in-person meeting, and then we did a subsequent 2 nights later video Zoom meeting with the neighborhood as well.
And the one in-person meeting was at your facility behind Furniture Line South?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you consider that very convenient for people?
I would say it's within 7 to 8 minutes, maybe 10 minutes of the property.
Okay.
Thank you. So I'm going to go back to when I was looking at the permitted uses earlier. So you said those were things that you possibly may be having on the property. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, maybe doing what?
On the permitted uses, you made a comment about.
Yes. So what you have in front of you is what was approved by planning and zoning was actually a larger list of permitted uses. And so in response to the neighborhood comments, what we heard, we have limited those uses, restricted it even more. And so that's the difference between what was unanimously approved by planning and zoning and what you have in front of you today.
Okay, but what we have in front of us today lists carnivals and fairs and outside religious events, perhaps I would think with speakers and all of those things. So I just want to clarify.
Yeah. Well, I think what we see is maybe food trucks, for small.
Okay, so food truck fair or something.
Yeah. These would all be in association with the church. They would be small events. The intent is, like Jason indicated, as part of their neighborhood engagement, is to be able to offer services and products that that would be beneficial to the neighborhood. So,
but Christmas tree sales would not be with the neighborhood.
And again, there may be a small gathering outside that might have a food truck, but the scale is meant to be, very small.
Okay,
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. I just want to say that I applaud what this church is doing. It is somewhat of a different model than what you see in what I would call traditional. We've worked with a lot of churches and religious organizations over the years, and that model is changing, and it has to change because churches are changing these years. And if we, feel strongly that religious organizations need to be a part of our society, to provide these services to the community that some government entities may not no longer be providing, then this is an excellent model way to do this. We're working with First United Methodist Church in downtown High Point right now. They're leasing out part of their space to a coffee shop. I have heard that, and you're probably familiar with New Zion, and that I've seen their master plan. Of course, they've built the church, but their master plan includes other buildings and other parcels for multi-use, for residential, for retail. And so, again, I just applaud this church for establishing, for coming up with this model and promoting it. It's a similar model that other progressive churches are doing around the country. Again, I just want to reiterate, again, what Jason said about the site plan. And so he is correct. There's a permanent detention pond at the edge of our parking lot. All of our site is really focused towards Gate City Boulevard. That's where our buildings are. So everything behind that is just parking. We have buffers all the way around the site, separating even our parking from the adjacent residential area. Again, that rear portion of the site is right now, the only thing that is accommodating is our tree preservation area, which is permanent, our permanent wet detention pond, and whatever is needed to disperse the water off our site. So the bottom line is we cannot develop the rear portion of that site. What you see on that site plan is really the maximum that we can develop.
I'm sorry, I wanted to follow up with a question. You made a point of talking about retaining the trees and that
Yes.
natural area, but I understand that that was one of the conditions that was requested, and you all turned that down. So I'm trying to understand why you wouldn't agree to maintaining that trees as a condition of the zoning.
And I don't know exactly what was requested. They may have wanted a larger portion of the site to remain trees. The planning ordinance requires us to have a certain percentage of the tree preservation area, so we have met those requirements. So again, that's that large portion of trees that's kind of in the tip, the rear, the most rear portion of the site. And again, buffers are required all the way around our site to separate our development from the residential areas. And existing trees that are in that area we will maintain because we'd prefer to maintain them. It's cheaper to maintain them instead of tearing it down and having to plant a tree in its place.
But there are frequently times that residents ask for an increased buffer, and those conditions are, granted and work together. So I'm just kind of curious, especially with that piece that goes down behind the two houses and all the way down to Scotland Road. What protection do those people have?
Yeah, I
other
don't know.
than your word while you all own the property.
Yeah, again, if you look at the site plan, you're right, there's two parcels. So behind the one that's closest to Gate City Boulevard is a small portion of a much smaller parking lot, which we needed to meet the parking requirements for our two structures. Behind the second lot is our permanent retention pond. And then there will be a stormwater drainage device that takes water back down to Scotland. And then the very rear part of the site is our tree preservation area. So again, we're using that rear portion of the site for those features, and they cannot be developed with either parking or building. Does that help?
Not really, because that area could have been left residential, and then those neighbors have some confirmation that nothing's going there, regardless of what you're saying now.
Yeah.
Right now, they don't have that confirmation.
Sure.
And so I have some concerns about that.
Okay.
But I'll yield.
Well, all I can tell you is that is a permanent tree preservation area that has to remain for perpetuity. Our permanent detention pond will also be maintained for the life of this project. If we had tried to preserve more of the tree area, that would have pushed that water quality control device up into our parking area, which would have reduced the amount of parking, which would have reduced the amount of buildings that we could build, on the site. So, and we wouldn't be able to meet their program on this site.
So can you just be a little more specific about the protection to the two properties with housing currently that are on Scotland Road? I mean, are they just going to look at your parking lot in the back? Are they going to, or is there any screening? Is there any, what's the plan there?
Well, there are street plantings across, so part of our parking lot does extend close to Scotland Road. There's a large elevation change, so the parking lot will be up higher above Scotland, which will be kind of a natural barrier, along with the tree plantings that we do along Scotland Road. The rest of our parking, is away from Scotland, and then, of course, the buildings are focused on High Point Road.
I understand, but that still doesn't explain to me how you're giving protection to those two properties on Scotland Road.
The two, well, there is, okay.
They're a little island in your property.
You're right. You're right. Okay, so there's a buffer, a required 25-foot buffer from their rear lot to where we can do any development. Thank you. Sorry. And so that's what's separating that little small parking lot from the rear of that particular residential parcel.
And what will the plantings be there?
I'm sorry, it's what?
What will the plantings be on that 25-foot buffer?
Oh, so if there's a required plantings. If there are existing trees in that area that qualify for our required planting zone, then they will certainly be maintained.
Okay, thank you.
So if I can ask a backup question, how many parking spaces are you building into this?
Approximately 250 total.
250. And how close are you to the residential properties they're talking?
Yeah. So the closest that we are is to those two interior residential parcels, and one corner of our parking lot, I'm looking at the site plan now, is 25 feet away. So we're 25 feet, and again, that will be a buffer zone, has to be designed with the required landscaping, whether it's existing or new, to provide that buffer between our parking lot and the rear of the residential lot.
So on a busy Sunday or Wednesday night, you could have 250 cars, lights shining, and all of that going over into the neighborhood.
Everything, if we had any special events, would be up near the church. That little parking lot is the furthest away from the church and the office building. So it's certainly going to be the least utilized parking area in our whole parking scheme.
But you didn't really build in. I guess I'm going to piggyback on you all because I'm going through this myself right now. Currently, Gateway's building a building, and so parking is 115 feet from my property line. So it's got to have some other protection.
Well,
at least I got a wall, but I mean. Yeah.
Now that parking cannot go away because that is required parking for our two buildings. And so if, the only way that parking could be turned into something else if we tore down one of the buildings and the requirement to have less parking. But because, the buildings we're building, we're showing the required parking that has to remain as parking to service those two buildings. So it can't be anything else other than a parking lot.
And the final thing is, are you planning to have, so you say you're trying to have an office space for entrepreneurs to have space, but what else are you talking about having, or have you considered having other things, and especially in the category of PI, with the broad category?
Sure. So the office building will be exclusively used by my staff and for the professional office environment that we talked about. So that will be its use. And the church is going to be used as a traditional church. The storage of food and things like that will happen at our outreach hub behind Furniture Land South. And so that won't, the storage of the food and things like that won't be brought into the community there. And then we see the church being used as a place for small groups and Sunday school to happen, and then also for Sunday morning service. Importantly for our church, our model is we are a Sunday morning church. We use a small groups model that disperses throughout the community during the week. So people meet in homes during the week, not on site. So we don't really do a lot within the church building in mass during the week. So the traffic burden would really be a Sunday morning traffic burden. And, as I told the zoning commission, I want people to have a pleasant experience when they come to my church. And so it's in our best interest to facilitate traffic flow when they get there. So we're willing to do 2 services if it becomes a problem. We're also willing to, employ the police department as well to help direct. Congestion is not good for us either.
Okay, yeah, I just have a concern, there's no conditions for any of that. Thank you.
Yeah, you got a couple of additional questions. What are the hours going to be of your co-working space? The hours? Is it 24/7?
Yep. So I can tell you what we're doing in High Point, which is what we would mirror here. In High Point right now, there are 30 offices that we've leased. At any given time, there are 10 cars in the parking lot. So these entrepreneurs are transient and they use the offices as they need them. It's more mobile. We do allow 24/7 access, but it is a very transient group using it as they need it for meetings and things like that.
All right, and also thank you. And going back to the question of screening, how about lighting in the parking lot? What is the lighting going to look like? And is it also 24/7?
Yes, lighting is required, but again, your ordinance has a lot of restrictions on it in terms of light pollution spilling over. We have to submit a photometrics plan of our site lighting plan to show that we will not have any light pollution that will affect the neighborhood. So we want to obviously have a safe light, parking environment, but we are certainly following the city ordinance in terms of how we design the lighting.
Thank you. And then also with the buffering, you're going with the minimum requirement of buffering screening?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
I have more questions later.
Thank you.
You have a total of 15 minutes. I can read out everybody on the list, but I think you probably have an order. Kay Perry, Sharon Nestor, Norman Hamilton, Glenn Critfield, Janine Austin, Doug Farmer, Jennifer C., Sherry Nestor, Rachel S., and Katie Despain. I believe that Doug Farmer is on Zoom. You can come up in any order you want. Keep in mind
Madam
you have
Mayor.
15 minutes total.
And Madam Mayor, also, Mr. Farmer has left the Zoom.
Mr. Farmer, thank you.
Madam Mayor, just to clarify, the fair number of the people who have signed up, we were encouraged via the public announcement to make contact and say we were interested. I have what I consider to be the lion's share of the proposal.
That's
so fine. I want to make sure I'm not limited to 3 minutes. I will defer to the rest of the group because I want them to talk too.
You are limited to 15 minutes total.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Fair enough. Good evening. My name is Glenn Critfield. I reside at 3324 North Rockingham Road in Sedgefield. And I'm here this evening to ask you to deny the request from Renaissance Church to build a multi-building campus on a 7.3-acre site, a group of parcels at Westgate City Boulevard and Scotland Road. We were first informed this project was in the works at the beginning of May, and we were invited to a community meeting. At the meeting, we were shown a sketch plan, and the plan included the 2 buildings, 1 stormwater pond, and 1 driveway entrance on Scotland Road. 1 building would be a multi-purpose public assembly structure that serves primarily as the church's worship center. A second building would be a commercial office building containing offices for lease to the general public and the church's own offices. Again, referring to the sketch shown to us at the time, the 2 parcels that are in the back of the site, 5810 Marion Elsie and 5800 Scotland Road, would remain virtually untouched. The need for non-residential zoning on these back 2 parcels was not clear. I'm concerned that the applicant's zoning request before you does not match the City of Greensboro's 2040 comprehensive plan, which designates the area where the back 2 properties are as residential. In fact, 50% of the site is denoted as residential land use according to that plan. The zoning choice of conditional district public institutional allows a multitude of fairly high-intensity uses beyond worship facilities, uses such as assisted living, daycare, offices, medical offices. There were utility substations, cell phone towers, and more. After the Zoning Commission meeting, when the applicant had to submit paperwork for this meeting's public notice, the list of permitted uses was modified to limit a few additional things, such as the utility facilities and cemeteries and some other things. But the substantive concerns that we raised are still there. The site is large enough for additional development. The PI zoning would allow interior parcels to function commercially. The church is excited about having a new worship facility that's built to purpose. My neighbors and I don't find anything objectionable with the concept of such a non-residential use being placed in the commercial zone along Gate City Boulevard as shown in this plan with the zone in the pink versus the zone in the yellow. How traffic into the neighborhood is managed and what buffers are created do matter a great deal to us. The neighbors now also object to the back two parcels being zoned the same as the parcels in the commercial zone without greater conditions on the uses and the requirements involving screening, driveways, and so forth. There are several specific reasons why, all of which have been communicated to the applicant. Number one, the increase in traffic that will be generated by the office building in combination with the church building will have a negative impact on the surrounding residential properties in the neighborhood in general. Number two, under the applicant's proposal, the back two parcels would have no specific restrictions on future development to ensure consistency with the surrounding residences. Whether the church intends to build on those properties now is not the point. The zoning that gets approved will remain on into the future when the applicant develops new plans or potentially even a new owner arises. Number three, we've asked for driveway provisions that minimize impact on Scotland Road. Having no driveway across from Thayer Circle has been discussed, along with including right turn-only exits onto Scotland Road from the property so that traffic is directed back to Gate City Boulevard instead of through the Sedgefield neighborhood. Number four, we've asked that the applicant include buffers that are greater than the standard buffer because of the proximity of the parking to the directly adjoining residences and the broader residential community. The addition of the second stormwater pond along Scotland Road, we would also like to see that addressed with some specific conditions about screening it in particular. I'd like to draw the council's attention to a rezoning that was considered last year in August for a property at the corner of Westgate City Boulevard and Anson Road. The parcel was rezoned as a conditional district commercial medium. This diagram shows the property as part of the final zoning paperwork. This is in our neighborhood. When I compare the zoning of this property with the applicant, in this case, the proposed PI zoning, I think the resulting list of permitted uses are comparable, as shown on page 2. But for the Anson Road property, City Council applied a list of restricted uses plus 7 additional conditions, such as deep vegetative buffers, fences, reductions on hours of operation, and, importantly, no driveway access to Anson Road into the interior of the neighborhood. So one of the greatest concerns here involves traffic. There has been no traffic impact study for this rezoning, which concerns us as the commercial office usage, the scope of the proposed multipurpose center, and the capacity to expand into the interior parcels is likely to generate a non-negligible number of trips. We ask that a traffic impact study be performed. The PI zoning includes daycare uses, educational facilities, and religious facilities that require the property to be connected to a collector street. Scotland Road, built to its current form in the 1950s, is designated as a collector road. However, this road is truly only a collector street on a piece of paper. It is not a collector street by current standards. Whoever develops the site would have to include improvements on the side of Scotland Road adjoining the property that they own. This includes curb and gutter, sidewalk, and so forth along the frontage. But this addresses only a portion of Scotland Road where anticipated traffic would flow onto Scotland Road in its entirety, to work its way through the neighborhood, to get to different traffic lights, and perhaps to go through Grandover and out to Guilford College Road to head toward High Point, where their current facility is located. Site distances, both horizontal and vertical, are included. Scotland Road is a narrow 18-foot wide road. The city's current standard is 36 feet, with some variances permissible down to 30, At a minimum, this means that Scotland Road needs to be at least 30 feet wide, 15 feet per lane. Today, it's only 9. Currently, there are no sidewalks on Scotland Road. There's stormwater runoff ditches on both sides, but in many cases, there's very little room to step off the road if you're walking, riding your bike, or walking your dog, particularly on a Sunday morning. Allowing this development into the residential area of Sedgefield, the residential area shown on the 2040 maps, will create a safety issue and a hardship for people living in the community. There are solutions, such as designating driveways exiting onto Scotland Road to be right turn only, designed to send traffic to the traffic light at Westgate City Boulevard. Unfortunately, the applicant has declined to include these conditions. Returning to the applicant's initial uses for the properties, it is not just a church. One of the things that has struck us is their intention to use the site in ways that are beyond that of traditional churches that many of us are familiar with. The first Coming Soon sign went up about 2 weeks ago and advertises an office building with no mention of a church. Going to this website, we can find almost no mention that the office building is a mission sponsored by the church or any specific religious function planned for it. The applicant is advertising a facility that have 65 offices in a 2-story building, 12,000 square feet, in a 6,000 square foot footprint with 24/7 access to its tenants. The size of the facility is similar to an office building that's currently vacant at 5007 High Point Road. Here's a picture of that building, so we have the context of the likely size and scale. This is in addition to the multipurpose building with 3 major assembly areas that can seat up to 1,000 people. It's important to bear this in mind while thinking of this request. The applicant's planned uses for the office building will bring people in and out of this property at all hours of the day and night. This means lights continually on in the parking lot. We would ask the applicant to instead turn the lights off at 9 p.m. or add a vegetative buffer and fence that provides more privacy to the surrounding residences. Adding these conditions would be similar to the way Kings Mill is treated over at Sedgefield Square, where they have a fence running along the road behind the vegetative buffer. To be clear, this applicant plans to go about their mission is not something I'm concerned about, and my neighbors aren't concerned about. We are just trying to make sure that what they cite there is appropriate, and the appropriate part is out by Gate City Boulevard. The applicant was asked to limit the impact of the commercial uses on surrounding residences, but didn't include conditions to that effect. Lastly, I'd like to discuss the permitted uses of the parcels in the back. We've asked that they include conditions that limit the height of buildings and other areas, and they haven't included those. And so in the interest of time, I will defer to the other folks who would like to speak. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sherry Nestor. I live at 2007 Thayer Circle in Sedgefield. I commute to work each day downtown Greensboro for an all-day view of asphalt roads, parking garages, concrete, and multi-story office buildings. When I drive home each day and turn onto Scotland Road, peace and calm replaces stress, noise, and hurry from the workday. I purchased my home in this neighborhood for the calm and peaceful living it provides. Our neighborhood consists of single-family homes, some of which date back to the 1920s. I am concerned about the impact of the proposed development on the quality of life for the surrounding Sedgefield neighborhood. I recognize that there will be commercial development along Gate City Boulevard, but such commercial development can be accomplished while limiting impacts on the surrounding local neighborhoods and their residents. For example, the planned parking lot that will serve the proposed office building will extend to, I heard today, within 25 feet of the boundary line of the adjacent residential property at 5808 Scotland Road. The proposed construction relies on minimum standards, does not include conditions that require dense evergreen buffer, a privacy fence, or wall. Almost every other commercial development along Gate City Boulevard has a robust privacy buffer. We have asked the applicant to widen the evergreen buffers and to include privacy fencing. Unfortunately, the applicant has declined to add these conditions. The current proposed rezoning does not preserve the character of the neighborhood, and it will invade the privacy, peace, and quality of life for the neighboring residents. I respectfully request that this City Council deny the applicant's rezoning request. Thank you.
Good evening. I am Dr. Kay Perry. I live at 2010 Thayer Circle. My concerns about this rezoning are shared with over 150 of my neighbors who have signed petitions, written letters, and called city council members. 52 identified neighbors came to our community meeting held on Monday, June 12th. Would all of my neighbors here tonight opposed to the applicant's rezoning request as it now stands, please rise. We ask you, Greensboro City Council members, to deny the rezoning application as presented. Those of us who attended the applicant's meeting left in dismay. Every concern we discussed with the applicant's team was politely listened to, but no modifications were offered by the applicant. They did offer a follow-up Zoom meeting. We gave them our email addresses so we could participate. 2 days later, before the Zoom meeting, we received an email from the applicant that read, "We stand behind what we have shared. We feel we made the right decision and will not seek to modify it any further." The reason only one person attended the Zoom meeting offered by the applicant was the applicant's next statement. So there will be no need to have further conversations with the entrance, exit, nor the modifications for permitted use. We were essentially told in this email that they did not want to negotiate with the neighbors. We only had 6 days between the first meeting with the church and the hearing by Greensboro Planning and Zoning. We discovered that few of our neighbors had actually received any notice of the rezoning. We organized a community meeting for June 12th. On June 5th, I invited the applicant or a member of his team to join us, meet the neighbors, and hear their concerns. On June 7th, he declined. He complained about only getting a 6-day notice. Ironically, the same notice we had between his meeting and the city rezoning and planning meeting. I reached out 2 more times and encouraged him to send someone to hear our concerns. Both times, he declined. Our community request the City Council please deny the rezoning application. Our neighborhood, composed of single-family homes, is one of Greensboro's first neighborhoods. One neighbor's home, built in 1928, has the applicant trying to develop the adjacent land beside and behind it, potentially with office buildings. In summary, over 50% of the applicant site is in the city's residential designated area. The CDPI zoning is not meant for an established residential neighborhood. The applicant's proposed use of land is not compatible with the existing residential area. The current road system is not in compliance for future high traffic expected from PI zoning. For all of the reasons we expressed tonight, we ask you to deny the applicant's zoning request in its present form. Our neighborhood residents have been and continue to be ready to meet with the applicant to discuss alternatives that address our concern. Thank you.
Any council questions? So there is now a 5-minute rebuttal for the applicants. And then there will be a 5-minute rebuttal for the opponents.
Great. Thank you. I'll just try to address kind of point by point. There was a mention of the traffic impact study. We did have our initial reach out to GDOT and NCDOT was to determine if we needed a traffic impact analysis, and the response we got back from both departments was no, that this development did not require it. So we asked that question. The city professionals, traffic engineers said we did not need one, so that's why we haven't provided one. As far as the future uses, we have what you see on our site plan, again, that's been submitted to TRC and is going through the rounds, is what we're proposing. We have no future plans for any additional development. And in fact, we can't, because as I mentioned before, based on the size of buildings we have it requires a certain amount of parking, so we have pretty much maxed out the developmental land that we have. The rear portion of the site with the retention pond and required parking have to remain, and we're not going to be able to, further develop that portion of the site. The traffic, the exit onto Scotland, again, that was identified at our meeting, so we started having conversations with GDOT. So that's why we added the additional exit onto Queen Islands. If we could increase our buffers, we want to be a good neighbor, but the bottom line is if we increase our buffers, that would reduce the amount of buildings that we can build on our site and not meet our program. We have a very specific program in terms of the size of the church to meet their congregational needs and the size of the supporting office building. The office building, again, what we have seen as an architect, that office models are changing. COVID changed a lot of that, but what we are seeing, your traditional office building is not used every day and not being used 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. What Jason indicated was that, yes, a lot of these are being leased to individuals that are out of the office a lot of the time. We're not leasing to large entities that are using multiple offices. These are individual offices that are looking for spaces for conferences and to have office space. I just heard the statement about that we did not make any modifications. Again, what we heard from our neighborhood meeting was they were concerned about the permitted uses that we originally went to and presented to the Planning and Zoning Commission. We took that feedback, and again, the list that you have in front of you is much more restricted than what we presented to Planning and Zoning. The added exit onto Queen Anne, again, that was at the suggestion of the neighbors. We took that to GDOT, and they agreed with that. Scotland Road, again, it was originally, it is a collector street, and GDOT is requiring us to make improvements to that. Our latest feedback, not only from our exit to Gate City Boulevard, but even a portion where our site touches Scotland Road on the rear of our site, they're going to require us to widen Scotland Road and add curb and gutter along that section. So again, that's additional expense that we're incurring to try to meet the traffic concerns of the neighborhood. Questions?
Thank you. Any other questions? Dr. Wells?
When they asked and you said we cannot change or there will not be any change, it was just because of the size of why, Pastor, didn't you want to come back?
Okay. Right about now, my wife would remind me that I forgot to wear my hearing aids. So what was that question? Could you repeat that? I'm sorry.
I want to ask the pastor
Okay,
why he would not go back the second time to talk to them at the Zoom meeting. Why'd you cancel the Zoom meeting?
So I know, I'm aware of what happened here. I was not involved in any of this. The email exchange that was referred to earlier, it's my understanding that a Zoom meeting did occur. I never sent personally an email that said we're not making changes. In fact, after that, we've made many changes. So I'm not sure where it has been. I've never said that personally.
But where did that message?
Did you have one or not?
Yes, ma'am. We had a Zoom meeting that Friday evening.
Well, I did have a conversation with Michael Groen. I was actually out of the country last week, and Michael was on vacation. And so last week there was a request to have an additional meeting, and unfortunately we were just not available. We didn't want to send somebody to the meeting to represent us that had not been involved in the earlier. So I think that's where that conversation started, these requests for meetings that were, very recent. We could not, and unfortunately, we just could not accommodate those.
So there was a meeting.
Yes.
You made some changes. Then there was a request for another meeting.
That came much later.
Did not happen.
Came much later, yes.
And Michael and I were out of town on family vacation last week, as was Bruce.
Mrs. Hightower?
A quick question about the office building. I heard you say 65 offices, but then I heard when Hugh asked the question, you said just your staff. So actually, who's going to be in the building?
So we have 15 staff who are part of our church, and we'll be placing them in the entrepreneurial atmosphere, which we're very excited about. But then there are an additional approximate no more than 50 offices for the community to lease.
Okay. And what is the height of this building? Because generally we'll see those conditions on a zoning. You kind of limit the heights because as you encroach on neighborhoods, they're concerned about people kind of gandering over into their private area. So what is your height?
Well,
are you limited to 2-story, 3-story?
It's 2-story. The office building is 2-story, approximately 25 feet tall. A 6,000 square foot footprint, quite frankly, is a large house. Again, 25 feet tall approximately. The church being 1-story, it is a larger footprint, so it will have a peak to it, and we need about 20 to 25 feet clear inside, so it'll be a little bit taller than the office building, but nothing near approaching a 3-story building. Everything's going to be 1 and 2 stories.
But if your buffer is only 25 feet away, 2-story could still be intrusive.
Well, the building itself is up towards Gate City Boulevard. Then we have our parking lot, and then the buffers are actually, so the buffers are really there just to set, we don't have any building that's going to be adjacent to residential property. It's all right on Gate City Boulevard. So the only development that would be adjacent to residential would be a parking lot.
Where you may have 24-hour traffic.
Well, I think, again, these individual offices that individuals are leasing from the church, he's allowing them to come and go. So, again, it's not going to be like a third shift or, a large corporation with large people. You may have 1 or 2 cars coming in at night, somebody to access their individual office. Yeah.
Okay. But they could come and have a carnival.
I don't know, can we have a carnival?
Because it's on PI.
Well, and
Those are temporary events, those carnivals and fairs. That's under our temporary uses section of the ordinance. Sorry.
What?
I tried to wave. It didn't work. Carnivals and those are temporary uses in the permitted use table, so that's not a permanent use. That would be on a temporary basis. But it's in the permitted use table in the section for temporary uses.
Who would monitor that temporary use, however?
We would need to do that from our enforcement staff. Typically, temporary uses are going to be 30 to 60 days at most on there. We typically, if it's going to impact public right-of-way or something else, there's going to be a permit from the city needed to address those issues. So there will be a mechanism to be able to track that.
I don't think nobody can hear you, Mike.
I said there would be a mechanism to track that, yes. Either through a city event permit because it's going to impact the public right-of-way in some capacity, or obviously we get in a complaint, investigate under zoning enforcement.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It seems to me that a major sticking point here isn't what's happening on Gate City, it's what's happening down near Marion LC and Scotland and the others. Can you tell us what you've done? And of course, you have the buildings up top, and then you have some disruption what's happening down within the neighborhood.
Yes.
What have you done over and above to help to protect those neighbors so that any impact that they may have is mitigated?
Yeah. Well, again, I can't say that we have done, we have met the requirements. What you have established in your land ordinance, we think is very sufficient, which is the 25-foot buffers that will separate our parking lot from the adjacent residential property, the tree preservation area, which is quite large at the end of our site, the water quality devices that are required from the state. So all of those will act as a buffer Again, our buildings are up on Gate City Boulevard. There is parking between our buildings and the residential, but we are meeting the requirements of your ordinance by providing landscape buffers.
Additionally, the Department of Transportation was not requiring the northern entrance on the Queen Alice. And so we did concede and agree that needs to be done. So that's an over and above thing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So I understand, referencing what Mr. Kirkman said, that carnivals and revivals and all of those things would be temporary.
Yes.
However, you could have thousands of cars trying to get to that event. And since there's not an access on Gate City Boulevard, what do you plan to do to remedy the traffic backups?
Well,
Can I just speak to that?
yeah, go ahead.
So, yes, ma'am. It is not the model of our church to do a large-scale, thousands type outside event. That's not how we're built. When we gather in the building.
If I could just follow up with that, being familiar with that portion of Gate City, if I'm coming from Greensboro and to get to your church property, I have to do a U-turn, don't I?
You can turn left onto Scotland.
Turn left on Scotland or do the U-turn?
Yes, do the U-turn and go to Queen Alice, but you would turn left onto Scotland there.
Right. And if there's a large event that's very attractive and you've done a great job and folks want to get there, I guess that's something that we have to consider also. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, now we have 5 minutes for those in opposition.
To Councilman Abuzator's comment.
Mary Kay.
Did I get it right? One of the concerns about the parking allocation, as well as the traffic impact study, is that so much of what's being considered here is, in my opinion, being based on the standard, handbook type evaluation around what is a church, what is an office building. One of the things I don't know that we're all grasping, and it took us a while to grasp, is that this is a church that is more dynamic than that. I don't have any problem with that. What I'm trying to buffer, and what my neighbors are all interested in buffering, is the impact on the neighborhood. So if there is a large event and traffic backs up into the neighborhood because they don't have enough traffic, or it's perceived that, enough parking, where is that traffic going to go? Should there be more parking deeper into 5810 Marion Elsie? Where that all goes, I'm not sure. But what we've asked for is conditions that limit what can happen subsequently, not just tonight, what they're saying tonight, but 5810 Marion Elsie and 5800 Scotland Road on into the future. I want them to be successful. I think we all want them to be successful. The first building they're building is an office building. Hopefully the church building will follow on shortly after that. But once they're in both functions, some of the activities that they've seen on their website, include things like an event center, an event over at the Wyndham Garden on Swing Road. So is it possible, and that was on a Friday, so is it possible for them to have an event in their multi-purpose building that seats 1,000 people simultaneously, because their assembly room is 650, there are 2 smaller assembly rooms shown, and their classrooms around that? To me, that's a conference with breakout rooms. Again, no problem with that. But is it the right site? Is it the right conditions? Is it the right protection? And we've come back consistently and said no. We're concerned that it is not, but there are solutions. And to the point about the communication, there was an email that went back and forth inviting people to the Zoom. But we showed you the actual text that Mr. Goins' brother sent us, where they said there's no reason to discuss it further at this time. That's why I was the only person who showed up on the Zoom call. I did have some productive meetings up until about 4 p.m. on Monday afternoon with the architect and with Michael, but the conditions we talked about didn't get handled well by the Planning Commission because it was a very last-minute thing. So here we are now, 3 weeks later, And we're still talking about conditions. We invited them to come to our meeting. We invited them to send their communications director or anyone else to come listen. They didn't send anybody or notify us that they would. So I just want to be clear that there is some friction about how this has gone down. But I don't believe, and I don't believe any of my neighbors think, that we can't solve this. But unfortunately, the proposal as it's presented tonight just isn't the right proposal. The conditions aren't there. The design with the buffers is not there. The screening and positioning of the stormwater pond, particularly as it's right by Scotland Road, you'll drive by the stormwater pond. We all see those around town that aren't maintained. So should there be some additional buffer requirement condition about that? But we're doing this all at the last minute. And so I regrettably have to ask you to deny the request. Any questions, I'll be glad to answer.
Any questions for the opponents? Mr. Matheny?
So, sir, if the applicant were to come to y'all and request a continuance to y'all can negotiate these and the conditions that y'all would approve, that would be acceptable to y'all?
I would much rather have a continuance than an approval. I have been advised under the circumstances that we should be asking for a denial. But I will tell you that I have had innumerable conversations with the applicant and with the architect, and I'm willing to keep doing that, and I know my neighbors are. We met last night with a small group, and those people are all willing to meet. So if that is an adequate compromise in this setting, I defer to y'all's judgment on that.
Move to close the public hearing.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion.
Mrs. Thurm?
If she wants to make a comment, she can do that.
I know this is a heated discussion, and I see all the people here, but in these times, if the pastor's giving us true information, to have that many people coming to church, I applaud you. All of our churches are begging for folk to come to church. And he said he had 400, started with, 12 people, and now 700. So Lord must be on your side, because you can't get people to come to church, it seems like. I'm real disturbed about the fact, I don't remember ever having to hear anyone speak about a church coming. I don't ever remember doing a zoning on a church before. Did any of you all?
I vaguely remember, but it went.
No. I don't remember one. And so I'm kind of conflicted, because I think of personally, this is personal now, I think of the condition that the world is in, the condition Greensboro is in. And the new model for churches is that you would become a part of the community. So when they talk about having an office building, that's to help some entrepreneurs who can't afford the big office space to have some office space. The rooms and the things that will be provided, I can only see it being a change agent in the community. I know we talk about the access. Well, if the folks say that they didn't need a traffic study, they didn't need to have the access, then they know more about that than we do. We've been talking about change, and we thought this was going to be our biggest challenge during this time, because people don't want change. We're dealing with putting different types of houses in communities that haven't been there before, and it's all about the changes that are taking place. I feel like this is a big change. When you think about churches, all churches usually were built around the community because they wanted some place to serve the Lord. So for a church not to be in a community, to me, it's a little off. So I know council may vote differently, but the way I feel, if anybody could come to any community and tell them about a better life, not the shooting, not the things that are going on, the hatred, the prejudice, all of those things that are going on in the country. And those of you who are Christians know that we teach love. And to have a church in the community could change that community. It could help change our city. But this is my personal thoughts about it. So I'm going to vote for the church in the community. And I hope that they will continue to do a mighty work that would change lives, that would change people's futures, and it would help change Greensboro.
Mrs. Hightower, then Mrs. Thurm, then Mrs. Hoffman.
So, Goldie, I hear you. I do hear you. And I know we do. But what's troubling to me is it is a church here, and it is contentious, and it should not be contentious amongst community and church because church is needed. So I hear you. But what disturbs me is that there seems to be really no concessions here. And the email disturbs me. The message that went across disturbs me as well. So while we need churches, true, in our community, churches are there to open their heart and open their arms and embrace people in. And I don't really see this as opposition to change, more of how can we work together. And one side started but didn't get received on the other side. Quite honestly, we aren't going to church like we used to. COVID put us in a virtual world more than ever before. And I've seen that decline because now people can stay home and live stream and still get the word. But I really would have liked to seen more conditions kind of to address the most important pieces of this issue, which was the buffering as it relates to the residential. Nothing wrong with entrepreneurship and having offices. I think that's a fantastic idea. But how do you live harmoniously together and have the two? And I don't, but what I do hear the neighbors saying is that, hey, we're still open to try to work this out. Where can we go with that? But I don't think they have any way to have any protections of working it out, because without conditions, there's nothing that puts anything in writing that's solidified for them. And so I'm not voting against the church, but I am voting against the rezoning tonight because I feel like it just, I think it still has a ways to go here, and I want the community to work it out and be an example and a model of how we can have differences, but we can come to the same mindset. So, and trust me, I'm conflicted too. I am very conflicted because I love church too, and I know that is needed, but this one. Thanks.
Just a couple of things. You know, I really am very impressed with your growth and your mission. And, you know, in a time when churches are closing, when their membership is declining and their attendance declining, the fact that you have this 15-year history is very impressive. What is not impressive to me this evening is the way that you've handled this request for rezoning with the neighborhood. You say that you've met the level of our ordinance, and that's true. But sometimes it is necessary to go beyond the minimum in order to make a project successful. So I don't think that you've done this with the neighborhood at this point, with the level of conditions or with your buffering and some of these other things. It would have been helpful for me tonight if you had been more visual in your presentation to us. You're already taking this through TRC at this point, so I think you could have done a better job, perhaps, of that this evening. But that's my concern, and that's my thought process at this point. I think Mr. Matheny made a good point in terms of his asking a member of the community tonight. I don't know whether you have that option or not, but my concern is that you've not done an appropriate job of working through the issues with the neighborhood in your request for this rezoning. And again, I applaud your mission. I'm impressed by what you've done. I think the role and mission of churches is changing today, and I think you obviously have a model that's working.
Tammy?
Yeah, similar to others, I don't have a problem with the church, with the mission. I think it's admirable. I am impressed with the growth and what all you do and what you are trying to accomplish. I have a big problem with the zoning as it comes down into the neighborhood. As I said, had you all asked to remain residential in the part that goes down into the neighborhood, I could have been better about this. But under its current circumstances, without conditions, without really dedicated work with the community members and all that, at this point, I'd like to move that we deny this zoning.
The annexation.
The annexation, excuse me. Deny this annexation, and I'll do the same for the zoning when that time comes.
Second.
If we deny the annexation, we won't have to do the rezoning.
There you go.
Is there a second on that? So Mary Kay, and I have brief comments. We're doing it. Zach, go ahead.
So I'll be very brief. Some of the concerns I had earlier I mentioned, and also, of course, I am impressed as well. I'm always 100% for faith communities going into neighborhoods and providing outreach to neighborhoods. However, in this case, it's a little unusual with the way the land is and the uses that were there before. I just have major concerns about, there's not going to be an access on Gate City Boulevard, and there will be access on basically private roads. So that is a concern of mine. I wish there was some way to alleviate that. And as Mrs. Thurm said, if the other parcels had been left to be residential, it might have been a little easier to want to approve it. But at this time, I am opposed to this annexation.
Zach?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Like some of the others, I wish the church could have probably, or the applicant could have read the room and seen the way the direction was going. The questions were pertinent, which gives me concern, quite frankly, and maybe take some heat for this, but looking at some of the minutes, the notes from the Planning and Zoning Commission, not many questions asked, not many thoughts going into it. I'm a little concerned about the attendance, because we had to vote on something the other day. This one had like 6 or 7. I think there was another one tonight that attendance was low, so they've got concerns there. Concerns about the lack of traffic impact analysis. Mr. Manager, you've heard that from me before. It's interesting to me that some cases don't require traffic impact analysis, and those that do have been on a less traveled street with a higher density request. Look, you can't base a decision, in my opinion, on necessarily what the applicant's profession is, whether they're a religious organization or not. I mean, the fact of the matter is what is conducive to the land use. To me, this is a business decision. Ironically, if you want to look at religious organizations being in neighborhoods, you would think that they would have more outreach with the neighborhood than what is shown on this one. When you have this many neighbors coming up, then there probably was a communication effort. And Mr. Cantrell said his wife would tell him about his readers. I would say that I would tell you my wife would have told me to watch how I communicate. And I think some of y'all have told me I need to watch how I communicate. Communication is key, and in this case, there was a disconnect on that. And so if you're going to be a church, religious organization, otherwise, you want to get along with the neighbors that are in there, and you want to do it as amenable to their time frame, not necessarily on a Friday at 5. And if you're going on vacation, which I will be going on vacation, and I have been on vacation and missed meetings, then you just make every effort you can to meet them when it's convenient for them, no matter what your time frame is. And so I think this could have been easily solved with a continuance and a communication plan and a buffer and a request. But unfortunately, it seems to me, with me voting against or voting in support of Ms. Thurm's request, it's going to be hard to get this one through, and you're going to have to go through this process again.
Just briefly, Hugh, then I'll close it out.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To the church, Renaissance Church, I really do applaud what you have done with the church and your growth, and also applaud the fact that you have sought out alternate sources of income, of which we may hear a little about later with the city of Greensboro. But the one area here that really has stuck with me is again, it's not what's happening on Gate City, it's what's happening down on Scotland, and where that piece of property goes into the neighborhood. Oftentimes we see several cases where maybe the commercial abuts, maybe in a straight line-ish residential. This one is one that actually dives into. And so that was my question, or those are my questions about what have you done to mitigate that impact, to make these neighbors feel like neighbors, and maybe even church members in the future. And so for me, it really is about the zoning and the impact to the community, that shock to the community that has me not supporting this request. Support the church and what you have done, but for this request specifically, I am not in support.
And I'll close this out. Let me say it's always tough to be on the other side of Dr. Wells because she always gives such a good argument. We talked about large churches, and I know we have a number of what I would call mega churches throughout Greensboro and Guilford County. I don't know a lot of them that has accessory buildings on site that are run as businesses, and I think this makes it slightly different. I think somebody mentioned private roads. This is also a little different because we're looking at an annexation, but the area behind it and around it is still in the county. So the city will not be doing any further improvements. So it's kind of what you see is what you get. And if there is an issue for the neighborhood, we're not going to be the ones who solve it, since they are, by and large, county residents. And I think we need to keep that in mind, that when we're talking about small streets, we're not going to come in and widen them. And we're not going to add other amenities that might happen if it was within the city of Greensboro. So this is a tough one, but I will be supporting Mrs. Thurm's motion to deny the annexation. I guess, council, there is a motion and a second to deny the annexation. Yes. Yes to deny.
So yes to deny, right?
Yes denies. And that passes 8-1 with Dr. Wells voting against. We will now, you are all welcome to stay for the next few items, but if you'd like to move, why don't we give them an opportunity to.
She's getting there.
Tell you, since everybody is clearing out, why don't we take our 7:30 break now? Okay. Let's go ahead and do the 7:30 now.
Are you going to announce that, Madam Mayor? Are you announcing it? Oh, I don't think it.
So we're going to take a break till 7:30.
We are all aware of the importance of water and how it moves. From the highest points of land, it moves downstream, through streams and rivers, eventually making its way to the sea. Cities like ours collect and treat this resource so it can be used safely by all residents. But this water does not belong to us alone. Once it's been used, it's collected again, treated, and released back into those same rivers and streams, which take it downstream to our neighbors and other towns and cities who depend on it just as much as we do. The City of Greensboro Water Resources collects and treats as much as 11.9 billion gallons per year. Take a moment to think about how you use water daily. As a commercial business, water is essential in service to your customers. From sanitizing in restaurants to cleaning solutions and laundry services, all businesses produce wastewater. As a commercial business, there are national and local permits and standards that must be observed to operate legally. In addition to those regulations, there are additional steps every commercial business can take to reduce the amount of chemicals in their wastewater. These can include regulations on non-industrial businesses at the local, state, and federal level, pre-treatment equipment for heavy water businesses like car washes, laundry, etc., proper operations and maintenance of equipment. For example, 1,4-dioxane, which is a byproduct of a manufacturing process called ethoxylation, is found in many common household products. This organic chemical is one of many found in trace quantities in both ground and surface waters throughout the U.S. Uses and sources of 1,4-dioxane include industrial solvent stabilizer found in paint strippers, varnishes, soaps, makeup and personal care products, antifreeze, etc. It also exists as an unintended byproduct in manufacturing and recycling of certain plastic and polyester products. Because 1,4-dioxane is a byproduct of the manufacturing process, it's not listed on the label of household products. Read the label of any product that generates suds. Try to avoid chemicals ending in ETH, for example, sodium laureth sulfate, as well as products that have chemicals ending in oxanol and PEG. Often these chemicals are found in things like laundry detergents, shower gels, and personal care products that create suds. Paints, dyes, waxes, and grease can also contain these chemicals. You can look for unfragranced Castile soaps or wording like USDA organic and made safe as alternatives. For more information about these alternative products, you can visit the Environmental Protection Agency website at www.epa.gov/saferchoice/products. The City of Greensboro's Water Resources Department has been investigating sources of 1,4-dioxane within the city's sewer collection and wastewater treatment facilities since 2015. Considerable progress has been made, and the department continues to work proactively with local industries through the Industrial Pretreatment Program. Greensboro has a long and strong working relationship with NCDEQ and appreciates its guidance and assistance in our efforts. Through these partnerships, the city fully commits to developing a management strategy to further reduce the release of 1,4-dioxane into waterways that may potentially impact downstream communities who rely on the Hall River and Cape Fear River for their source water. For more information, please visit the City of Greensboro's Water Resources Department online at greensboro-nc.gov/water.
With locations across the country, Red Crab now has a following and a home in Greensboro.
He is making the Red Crab Special number 2, which is the cluster snow crab, shrimp and sausage. It also comes with corn and potato. So we just sit here and wait till it cooks to perfection, and then we'll pour it into the bowl bag.
Greensboro is steamier these days.
The bowl bag, so it's seafood in a bag. Literally, we cook our food and then we pour it into the bowl bag. Then we cook up our sauce and we pour that sauce on top and we tie it up. We serve it on a platter to our customers.
Those bags are part of the secret to Red Crab's success.
Red Crab is a phenomenal place to be. It is a seafood concept. We do bowl bags. We do fried food. It's the best place to be in Greensboro as far as seafood is concerned.
Sabrina Benjamin has lived in Greensboro all her life and never ate too much seafood.
My mom was allergic to seafood, so we didn't have much seafood.
But when she tried it,
I liked it right away. Shrimp is still my favorite to this day.
When she heard a new seafood concept was coming to Greensboro, she knew she wanted to be part of it.
I definitely wanted to get my foot in the door. I actually applied as a hostess, and in 2 months I became a manager here.
She'd been in the restaurant business for years and was ready for a challenge.
I wanted to learn something new. I like a challenge, and it's definitely been a challenge. It's taught me new things, things I didn't even know about seafood.
What she learned was in Greensboro, seafood is a hit.
It worked. It worked. People enjoy it. People still come here, and our business is still growing. There you have it, guys. Perfection.
Okay, we've got special number 1 and special number 2, and it's time for lunch. Before we eat, let me tell you, there are 2 locations in Greensboro for Red Crab, one on Gate City Boulevard, one on Coon Boulevard at Pyramids Village, and you can check them out online and order online at redcrabseafood.com. Let's eat. There's a new name for play in Greensboro. The Miriam P. Brenner Children's Museum is open and ready for play in downtown Greensboro.
The exciting change for us today is a new name to acknowledge and say thank you for an extraordinary gift by a very generous family, Nancy and Frank Brenner. And so we are delighted and thrilled that our new name
Frank, why did you want to get involved with the museum?
Look at this. I mean, once you bring your grandchildren here, you're hooked for life, and it's just such a great asset for Greensboro. So we're excited.
Tell us about your mother, for whom this is now named.
You know what? She tolerated me for 50 years, so wanted to do something to honor her, and I just think this fits perfectly. So we're happy to be here, happy to do it.
And what are some of your favorite things to do here?
What's not my favorite thing to do here? Quite frankly, just spend time with the grandkids. You know, whatever they want to do, I'm happy to move along with them. It's an incredible facility. It really is, and I appreciate everyone before me that put this together.
Well, we're glad to have you here for sure. Marion, the museum has been here for 23 years. The airplane, one of the very first original exhibits here. How has it changed over the years?
We have grown and evolved as time has gone. We have always been a fabulous, safe, fun place for kids and families. But when we first started, we had the fire truck was in this room, and things have been moved around. Exhibits have changed just as kids have changed and grown, and some things have been loved to death and been replaced by other things. So we have just evolved. In 2010, we opened the Edible Schoolyard, and that was a fabulous it's our half-acre teaching garden, a fabulous new way for families to explore, to teach kids about healthy eating. In 2017, we opened our outdoor climbing play plaza, which has just been fabulous, added a water feature and our digital experience in the growing place. And so we are constantly evolving to serve the community. We have lots of things in the works, new plans for exhibit overhauls, some surprises and fun things that are coming. All of our guest services areas are being refreshed and updated, our classrooms and birthday party rooms. But today, it is just really a special chapter in the life of the museum as we take this new name. To become the Miriam P. Brenner Children's Museum is just so incredibly exciting.
And this is a special gift from the Brenner family to honor Frank Brenner's mother.
Absolutely, yeah. So we approached Frank about a year ago to see if they would consider supporting our campaign, Building for Tomorrow, to invest in the infrastructure of the museum. We needed a new roof, we needed new HVAC, we needed a new security system, just all the things that go with an older building. And of course, he totally understood it, and we had a delightful conversation. And he said, this is important, and this institution is important to the community. And he said, let me think about what we can do, and called back that afternoon with just an amazing offer of a gift for the museum. And it's the largest gift the museum has ever received. And so we were so thrilled, and it's an honor to honor that gift and to say thank you. We thought it would just be fabulous to let the Brenners put a name on the museum, and Frank chose to name it for his mother.
And of course, mothers are the ones who care for their children, and whether that mother is not always a mother, it might be a father or a caregiver or a grandparent, but we see them all at the museum all the time, so that feels like a really special thing.
It does. It adds such a personal touch, and it speaks to family, and that's what we're all about. And so we just couldn't be more pleased. We think it's such an exciting day. We love the new logo and colors that go with it. And so it's just going to take us forward. We're going to be stronger and bigger and better than ever.
Well, we appreciate it. Thank you. We can't wait to play.
Come play anytime. We'll see you on the climbers, see you in the plane. Would you like to slide down the plane, Rosemary?
Oh, I might have to do that. Mm-hmm. Visit the museum in person on North Church Street and online at nbcmuseum.com.
Welcome to this latest installment of Greensboro Business Profiles. I'm your host, Carla Banks. Join me as I feature a variety of business owners who choose to call Greensboro their home. It goes without saying, the small business community is critical to our local economy. Greensboro Business Profiles highlights their services and celebrates their contributions. Let's meet today's profile.
Hello, my name is Antonina L. Griffin. I am the owner and founder of the Selfie Spot located right here in downtown Greensboro. So the concept for the Selfie Spot is to come in and literally pull out your cell phone and take selfies. So we have ring lights set up at each vignette or each room so the customers can put their cell phone on the ring light and capture their own selfie. However, we do have people that want to take more professional pictures, and they can pay for their photographer to come in as well and capture the moment. Also, if you're not comfortable with taking selfies, my daughters are here to accommodate you. So they would tell you to pose and turn this way and then do different boomerang. So it's the perfect job for a 20 and 22-year-old. They absolutely love it. People come in here and do TikToks. They get content for social media. You know, they get pictures for their website. So it's just a fun place to get content, have fun, take selfies, and of course, you definitely can bring your photographer. So I came up with the concept for the selfie spot simply by scrolling on social media, and I saw someone else with something very similar to this. So me and my daughters, my 20 and 22-year-old daughters, we took a trip to Atlanta. I went to Memphis to check out other selfie museums. And I was like, yeah, this is definitely something that I can do for my girls. And here we are, the selfie spot. They have always wanted to be entrepreneurs because I'm an entrepreneur. So they look at me and I'm their first role model. And they're like, you know, it feels good to have a 20 and 22-year-old that says, I want to be like my mommy, right? So for them to say that and for them to try different things and different things didn't work and them learning from the mistakes that they made and then coming up with this concept, I couldn't have better business partners than my little best friends, my 20 and 22-year-old daughters. I definitely believe that this business is the foundation for my girls to just become the entrepreneurs that they desire. I'm real big on legacy building and leaving a legacy for my children and my children's children. And this right here is the perfect concept. They're already looking to expand this in different areas, and their mind is just open. They're like, if my mama can do this for us, what more can we do? So definitely, it's definitely inspiring them to do other things in their entrepreneur life. The selfie spot opened on August the 7th. We have everybody, different type of genres of people coming in. Like I said, we've had 2- and 3-year-olds that run in here and jump in the ball pit. We've had sweet 16 birthday parties here. We had young girls that's 13 and had their birthday parties here, to older adults, younger adults. So everybody is definitely welcome to the selfie spot. I have older women, younger women, men. So it's not just for women. You know, a lot of people think I go to the selfie spot. Is this for girls? Is this for ladies? No, it's for all people. So we have men come in here and have fun taking selfies as well. And everybody have the same results. And that is, we had a blast. I'm coming back. I can't wait to share it with my friends. This was amazing. So I'm excited about the results. So everybody has to book online, whether you book in advance or walk in. So everything, no cash payment. So everything is online. And the only difference between a walk-in customer and someone that do it in advance, we only limit 20 people at a time per hour in here. So if you're coming with a large group and you're walking in, it's no guarantee that you will be able to visit us during that particular time. But if you book in advance, you can have the entire hour to yourself. If you're coming with groups, you can definitely book it that way. So that's the biggest difference. If you're coming by yourself, most likely you can just walk in that day. But if you're coming with friends and family and want a group, to ensure that we can accommodate you all at that particular hour, we ask that you book in advance. You can book your selfie experience at theselfiespotgso.com. You can also find us on Facebook at The Selfie Spot GSO, as well as Instagram and TikTok. All the same handle, The Selfie Spot GSO. And our main mission and our motto is for everybody to simply believe in your selfie.
I hope you enjoyed meeting today's business profile. If you are a business owner who would like to be featured, or you want to nominate someone for Greensboro Business Profiles, send me an email. I look forward to hearing from you and spotlighting our next business profile.
My name is Tristan Bailey, and I moved back from Fayetteville, North Carolina.
My name is Mary Beth Maddox, and I came back to Greensboro from Tuscaloosa, Alabama.
I work at Guilford County Parks. I'm the marketing and special events coordinator. I never imagined as a single young black woman that I'd be able to afford a home on my own. I use the City of Greensboro's first-time homebuyers program to purchase my first home. I have to live in the home for 5 years, and it's forgiven 100%.
Being a first-time homebuyer feels great. It really gives me a sense of independence, and I've just enjoyed really getting to put down roots here in Greensboro and also just making this place my own.
It feels great to be back in Greensboro. I went to college here at A&T about a decade ago, and so much has changed in Greensboro since I've been gone.
I'm the marketing services specialist at Biscuitville's Restaurant Support Center, and I also just love how diverse Greensboro is. There are so many people from different walks of life here, so I enjoy meeting people and hearing all the different stories.
I came back to Greensboro because I was looking for new opportunities, and I knew I could find them here.
we're working through the, that's okay. I'm going to take prerogative of the chair. I just want to move one item up real quickly, which is item H9, because the applicant and the opposition have agreed to an extension. Public hearing for an ordinance for rezoning 4334 Four Farms Road, Mark Disney for Karen A. and David L. Parks. We would move it to July 31st, which is actually our first meeting in August. And that's because the first meeting in August is National Night Out, so we meet the Monday before. Well, and I was in error. It's actually the 31st. Yes, we're good. So do I have a motion to continue that item? Second. Moved by Mr. Matheny, seconded by Mrs. Thurm. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? That passes 9-0. And that is without further advertising. Okay. Now we'll go back to the published agenda. Item H6, H7, and H8. H6 is a public hearing for an ordinance annexing territory into the corporate limits for the properties located at 4507 and 4509 McKnight Mill Road and a portion of I-840 right-of-way, 16.176 acres, Betty J. Horton, in the city of Greensboro. Item H7, public hearing for an ordinance for original zoning for 4507 and 4509 McKnight Mill Road, Patrick Donnelly for Betty J. Horton. And item H8, a public hearing for an ordinance for original zoning for a portion of the I-840 right-of-way, city of Greensboro. We currently only have one speaker signed up in favor of the rezoning. And so you want to move item H6, which is the annexation? Yes. Okay. Do you want a brief presentation? Mr. Kirkman, a brief presentation for those watching?
Thank you. I'll do my best. The request is for annexation and original zoning from County AG Agricultural and County RS30 Residential Single Family to City CDR7 Conditional District Residential Single Family. And then there's a portion of the I-840 right-of-way that will come in as straight City R7. North of the request is currently zoned County AG and City CDR7. East of the property is zoned County AG and City R3 Residential Single Family. South of the property is County AG, County RS30, and City CDR7. And then west of the property is zoned County AG. Subject property is currently undeveloped at this time. There is a single-family dwelling to the south and to the north. Also to the east are single-family dwellings. Directly south of the property is also the I-840 right-of-way. This is designated residential in the future land use map of the comprehensive plan and urban general in the future built form map. There is one condition associated with this request, as you see on your screen. We do find that this request does support the comprehensive plan's Creating Great Places goal to expand Greensboro's citywide network of unique neighborhoods, offering residents of all walks of life a variety of quality housing choices, and the Building Community Connections goal to maintain stable, attractive, and healthy places to live and raise families. The CDR7 zoning district is proposed is consistent with the residential zoning designations for nearby properties and allows additional flexibility for new residential development. And staff was recommending approval of these requests. The requests went to the Planning and Zoning Commission at their May 15th meeting, and the commission did recommend approval of all these items. This was on the expedited agenda, so there are no speakers for that meeting. Answer any questions.
So I believe we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem, a second by Mrs. Abuzawaiter. All in favor for the annexation? Or opposed? Vote now. And that's going to pass 9-0.
Councilmember Hoffman and Holston.
Hoffman, Holston? All right. That passes 9-0. Do I have a motion for H7, which requires a statement of consistency? Moved by Mr. Holston, seconded by Mrs. Hightower. Mr. Holston? H7?
Can we put the screen back up, please? There we go. Yep, there you go.
The Greensboro City Council believes that its action to approve the original zoning request for the property at 4507 and 4509 McKnight Mill Road from County AG Agricultural and County RS30 Residential Single Family to CDR7 Conditional District Residential Single Family 7 to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 Comprehensive Plan and considers the action taken to be reasonable and the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the Comprehensive Plan's future built form map and future land use map. The proposed CDR7 zoning district permit uses which fit the context of the surrounding area and limits negative impacts on the adjacent property. And the request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approval is in the public interest.
Council, please vote. And that passes 9-0. And now I need a motion for H8, which also requires a statement of consistency. Do I have a motion for H8? Moved by. So it was moved by Mr. Holston, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. All right, well, yes, so please read.
Believes its action to approve the original zoning request for the property at a portion of I-840 right-of-way from County AG Agricultural to City R7 Residential Single Family 7 to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 Comprehensive Plan and considers the action taken to be reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the Comprehensive Plan's future built form map and future land use map. The proposed City R7 zoning district permit uses which fit the context of the surrounding area and limits negative impacts on the adjacent properties. And the request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approval is in the public interest.
Microphone.
Item H10 is a public hearing for an ordinance for rezoning 3623 Irwin Street, Tanya R. and Arthur Boykin. And we have one speaker here in favor. Mr. Kirkman, do you want to give us a brief?
Yes, the request again is to rezone from R5 residential single family to CDO conditional district office. North, east, and south of the property are currently zoned R5 residential single family, and west of the subject property is zoned RM12 residential multifamily. The subject property currently contains an unpermitted building. North, east, and south of the request are single family dwellings, and west of the request is a manufactured home park. This is designated as residential in the future land use map of the comprehensive plan and urban general in the future built form map. There is one condition associated with this request, as you can see on the screen. Staff has concluded that this request does not support the comprehensive plan's filling our framework goal to protect and enhance the unique character of every neighborhood. And while this conditional request does contain a condition limiting uses, we do not feel that this district itself has a relationship to any other non-residential uses in close proximity to the site and is located in the middle of a residentially developed area. And therefore, we are recommending the denial of this rezoning request. This request was heard by the Planning and Zoning Commission at their May 15th meeting, and the Commission did vote to deny the request, and the applicant subsequently appealed the request to bring it to City Council this evening. At the Commission hearing, there was one speaker in favor and none in opposition. I can answer questions.
Thank you. And you did say that you recommended denial.
Denial, correct, yes.
We do have one speaker here, Mr. Boykin. Maybe he left.
Yeah. I would really like to understand from Mike the denial, what really,
Well, I guess we move the public hearing since
he's not here.
Yeah. Do I have a motion?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That passes 9-0. Mr. Kirkman?
So, Mike, you apparently showed something to zoning because they denied it, and then you recommend denial. So, what really stood out to you as a caveat to?
You know, bring up the map. I think that's going to help here. Basically, the applicant was asking to rezone for an office. He wanted to do a 24-hour call center for, I believe, a plumbing repair business, if I remember correctly. As you can see, there really is no other non-residential zoning in the area. The proposed use to our analysis did not seem to make sense in this area. There was really no relationship to the residential context for what was being proposed.
Move to deny. Okay, go ahead. I'll second. Yeah.
So move to deny by Dr. Wells, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. Council, please vote. Yes is to deny.
We still need a reading of the relationship to the conference
You do
plan.
still need to
Yes.
read this statement of
Yes.
consistency, even in a denial. I'm sorry. You still need to read the.
Here it is. I'll give it to you.
It's on the screen if anybody needs it.
These are out of order.
The Greensboro City Council believes that its action to deny the rezoning request for the property at 3623 Irwin Street from R5 Residential Single Family 5 to CDO Conditional District Office to be inconsistent with the adopted GSO 2040 Comprehensive Plan and considers the action taken to be unreasonable in the public interest in the following ways. The following factors that support denial are: the request is consistent with the comprehensive plan's future built form map and future land use map. The proposed CDO zoning district is conditioned, does not limit negative impacts on the adjacent properties, nor does it permit uses which fill the context of surrounding area. The request is not reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will be a determinant to the neighbors and surrounding community, and denial is in the public interest.
Okay, so we do have a motion and a second, and that passes 9-0. We now move on to item H11, which is a public hearing for an ordinance for rezoning 5307, 5307 near, 5313, and 5317 West Friendly Avenue, and 722 and 724 Mears Chapel Road, Lomax Investments, for Lomax Investments, Grant Dot Development, LLC, and UMAR Services, Inc. Mr. Kirkman?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Vaughn. Again, the request is to rezone from CDO Conditional District Office and R3 Residential Single Family to CDO Conditional District Office. North of this request is currently zoned R3 Residential Single Family and CDO Conditional District Office. East and south of the request is currently zoned R3. West of the request is zoned RM12 Residential Multifamily and CDRM18 Conditional District Residential Multifamily. The subject property currently contains several single-family dwellings. North of the request are offices and single-family dwellings. East and south of the request are single-family dwellings, and west of the request are multifamily dwellings as well as a city water tower. The area is designated residential on the future land use map of the comprehensive plan and as urban general on the future built form map. There are several conditions that are associated with the request. As you can see on your screen, these were advertised as part of the hearing this evening. Staff did conclude that the rezoning request does support the comprehensive plan's filling out our framework big idea to arrange our land uses where we would live, work, attend school, shop, and enjoy our free time to create a more vibrant and livable Greensboro, and the economic competitiveness big idea to build a prosperous, resilient economy that creates equitable opportunities to succeed. The proposed CDO designation as condition does allow a mixture of office and professional service uses in immediate proximity to similar office uses and includes conditions to limit potential negative impacts on adjacent properties. Staff is recommending approval of this request. The Planning and Zoning Commission reviewed this request at their May 15th meeting. They did move to approve this request, and then that decision to approve was appealed by a neighbor, and that brings it before the council this evening. At that hearing, there were 2 people speaking in favor of the request and 2 people in opposition. I can answer any questions.
Okay, we do have speakers signed up both for and against. Mr. Isaacson?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of council. I'm Mark Isaacson, and my address is 804 Green Valley Road. I'm here this evening representing John Lomax, who's the owner of almost all of these properties. John, if you'll just raise your hand, be recognized. The majority of these properties were rezoned almost 2 years ago in September 2021 for medical office uses. And that hasn't changed. What has changed is that John has been able to acquire some additional property, which creates additional flexibility for the layout of the proposed medical office building. And that accomplishes several things that we'll go through here in a few moments. One of the main concerns that we heard in the first rezoning in 2021 from people in the area was we want to place a priority on preserving an historic home on the property. And as you'll see, this will allow that to occur. So we have the conditions. They're roughly the same as they were before. We increased the square footage to take into account this historic home that we will be preserving. Almost all of the conditions are the same. We did on the Type B buffer in item 4 agree to extend that around on the southern and eastern property lines, and that buffer will be of evergreen material, and we'll get into that in just a moment. This is the zoning map of the area, and I wanted to point out here that the area shaded in gray, lighter gray, is the property that's already been rezoned in September of 21 for medical offices. The property that's in the darker color to the south is the new property that's to be added to this project. That's currently owned by the United Methodist Church as a group home. It's been dormant for several years, and we don't think it's been a real value add to the area. So this will become part of the property if this is approved. So that's one of the reasons for the new rezoning request, is to add that property to this project. As council may note, this property is at the intersection of a busy thoroughfare, West Friendly Avenue, and Muirs Chapel Road. There's sort of a mirror arrangement across Friendly Avenue with office zoning backing up to or abutting single-family zoning. And to the west, there's a higher density RM18 apartment property, and then there's a large city water tower on that property as well. So moving along, this is for illustrative purposes only, of course. This is a sketch plan where the engineers have laid this out. The important points, I think, to note are that the home in the upper right corner of the property would be preserved there. Before, that was really subject to question. The addition of this group home to the south frees up the flexibility on the property to allow that home to be preserved and not relocated. We did look into relocating that. It was, as John would say, a heavy lift. It was very expensive to relocate that, and this allows that property to remain intact with certain upgrades, of course. The other important points are that the access points on Friendly Avenue and on Muirs Chapel Road are improved. So the access on Friendly Avenue is moved further east to about the middle of the property. The access on Beers Chapel Road is moved as far south as possible away from the intersection. It is a signalized intersection, but we thought it was important for the safety of patients and medical professionals and other staff coming and going to make those access points as safe as possible. We've worked with GDOT and others to arrange this. This sketch plan has been through TRC review. It has generated what I guess I would call red flags at that staff level. It does remain subject to final approval by the staff during final review. The next slide shows an illustrative elevation rendering of the property. This is intended to be a two-story medical office building. It will have a drop-off and pickup area in the front. It will have very nice landscaping. It'll be comprised of nice building materials for a high-quality appearance. And we're very aware that people coming to a medical office are there for treatment. They're there at a sensitive time, and we want to create a very welcoming and embracing property for them to engage in their medical treatment. Next is a copy of a letter that we sent out in April. We did have a neighborhood meeting at the church across the street, across Friendly Avenue. I think that went fairly well. There were about 25 or 30 people that attended, several questions. We addressed, I think, almost all of those. And we then had follow-up conversations with some folks in the area that had further questions. As you heard, the P&Z Commission voted unanimously to approve this rezoning request, and it was appealed. Ms. Salmon appealed the rezoning approval. We met with Ms. Salmon and tried to address her concerns, and apparently we could not reach common agreement on that, and so here we are for council to make the final decision. In closing, I would say that we see this request as an update and some improvements on the prior approved rezoning approval. This allows the historic home to remain on the property. John, of course, can speak to his plans with that property, with the house. He will upgrade it to provide modern conveniences and so forth. I think he sees this as an opportunity to make this either a full-time residence, maybe an office use, or a live-work opportunity where someone would live upstairs and have perhaps an insurance agency or an accounting office or a law office in a popular area on the ground floor. And this will also allow better access to and from the property, which we think is very important. I anticipate that you'll hear from the appellant about some concerns, and I just want to assure council we tried in good faith to address those by way of a letter agreement. I think that certain zoning conditions were requested, and I know you just had a proposal where conditions were a hot topic. So I'm glad to explain our reasoning for not including certain things in there as conditions. For example, there was a request that we add a condition that we preserve this house on the property, and we have a concern. I'm reluctant to advise Mr. Lomax to put a zoning condition in to preserve a house for several reasons. If the house were struck by lightning or a hurricane or a fire happened or something like that, to rebuild an historic home, if there was significant damage and there was a zoning condition requiring that it be rebuilt, that would be a very challenging situation for him. And I don't think we're in a position to legally agree to that. So that was the concern there. The other concern that we heard was we wanted some hours of operation limitation in the zoning. We again have some legal concerns. We have been advised by the healthcare provider that we've been working with that that would be a real limitation. Again, this is an update of a rezoning that was approved with an hours of operation limitation in 2021. We've since heard from the medical care provider that's interested that that would be a real limitation on their ability to provide health care and medical care for their patients. For example, if someone had an MRI at this property and as a result of that they had high blood pressure or palpitations or some other medical issues, a doctor is just not going to release that patient because of a zoning condition, and I hope council will understand that concern. In addition, certain Medicaid expansion updates in our law have required other flexibility with respect to providing medical care at a medical office such as this. And so we were advised not to agree to a zoning condition that would limit those hours of operation when you have a medical care facility going on, and I hope council will understand that. So we have done, I think, as much as we can with zoning conditions. We have offered other assurances privately where we thought appropriate, and we believe and would submit that this is a very good project in a location where people do need medical care, medical services. Been growing a very popular area. We're available to answer any questions, and we submit this for your consideration and approval. Okay, thank you.
Is not on Zoom any longer?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So you have a total of 15 minutes.
Well, I do have pictures, but I'm going to do the PowerPoint first, so if you will have that PowerPoint. Yep. We appreciate this opportunity to speak in opposition. Another concerned community member and I did meet with the applicant at their attorney's office. The applicant did not accept the 3 requested conditions in my appeal, so we are here before you tonight. I will start by reading the text of my appeal. There are a couple slight corrections here, but the main points are still the same. I'm speaking on behalf of my mother, who has owned the house at 720 Cannon Road since 1974. I live nearby. My name's Carol Salmon. And this is the text of my appeal dated 22 May 2023. My mother and I appeal the Commission's rezoning approval of 4.01 acres south and east of the intersection of West Friendly Avenue and Muirs Chapel Road. The applicant's proposal imperils historic and heritage structures. It is far out of scale and inconsistent with the GSO 2040 Great Places character of this designated heritage community. The proposal is contrary to the GSO 2040's Goal B of prioritizing sustainability and Goal C of problem prevention of the comprehensive plan. We request, number 1, conditions that prevent summary demolition of a structure listed on the National Register of Historic Places, specifically Kimry Hayworth, also referred to as the Cannon House, located at 5307 West Friendly Avenue. Also, to recognize the Armfield House at 724 Muirs Chapel Road as heritage. Number 2, conditions that prohibit late night or round-the-clock activities at the proposed facility. Limit pharmacy hours to no later than 6 p.m., consistent with nearby pharmacies. Reinstate operating hours to no later than 11 p.m., as had been previously conditioned back in September 2021. rezone the historic Kimry Hayworth property back to residential if the applicant seeks any form of residential use-based overnight accommodation. Number 3, conditions that a North Carolina forester or City of Greensboro arborist review all buffer plans, all existing tree cover within the required buffer along the eastern and southern property lines shall remain and shall be properly protected using procedures described in the North Carolina State University Cooperative Extension website or the Land Development Ordinance Article 12-1 tree conservation per the City of Greensboro. At the City Council meeting scheduled for today, please make available a full-size paper printout of the applicant's sketch plan for inspection and measurement. I was able to get a full-size sketch plan, but I don't think it's allowed. I did want to emphasize that scale. And thank you for your attention in this matter. Please address any mailed reply to my name at the 720 Cannon Road address above. Please send any emailed reply to my hotmail.com email account. Enclosure was the appeal fee, and that concluded the letter. And now these are my comments. Let's see, we have some additional. This is the letter. In 2021, the Planning and Zoning Commission asked the applicant about the scale compared to surrounding structures. In 2021, the applicant presented slides to City Council whose scaling and horizon renderings do not appear accurate. Specifically, the background on the middle slide there should not be rooftops. That should be dense tree cover. And the third slide there, that should not be what look like a desert. That should be dense tree cover. And the first image, the elevation rendering, for reasons we don't understand, the sun is shining from the north, which is impossible at this latitude. So, again, I had a diorama to describe the scale. But at this point, I will let other speakers speak, and I will do concluding remarks later. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Worman? Yeah, can we fix the clock?
I have a picture. Yeah, I sent in.
Thank you.
That's it. Is that it? Yeah. Okay, so actually, just give me the next one. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know how to do that. Hi there. My name is Candida Werman, and I reside at 5306 West Friendly Avenue across from the site. I want to thank everyone in the planning, traffic, and engineering departments who have patiently helped me to understand some of this process over the last 5 years that we've been involved. And it's to be noted that I'm grateful to the planning department for denying the applicant's first intention to install a grocery store or convenience store, deeming it inappropriate for the area. That's part of the history. But it's to be noted that this applicant's first attempt to change our residential neighborhood was denied and not recommended by the planning department. We are also aware that the now dissolved planning board recommended not crossing eastward of Mears Chapel Road, where this site is. While we're relieved that the Kimry Historic Home will be spared, it's worth noting that 2 other historic homes and 2 modern homes will be demolished in a city that lacks housing, in an area where another property cleared for medical office is still sitting empty for more than 3 years, as are medical buildings near Quaker Village. The zoning ordinance that lumps everything from a single-dwelling small business up to 60,000 square feet into one category obviously requires human discretion. Of the 2 businesses on this block, the largest footprint has 3,000 square feet and 60 parking spaces adjacent to 1 residential property on Foxwood Road. To those in the neighborhood, a 44,000 square foot footprint with over 200 parking spaces is not similar at all, is essentially 3 times larger, and will butt up to 5 residential properties, all currently forested with mature continuous canopy, and everybody's talking about the trees. Tonight's agenda alone is ample proof that you are tremendously busy with many very critical issues in Greensboro. Most of us go along professionally contributing to the community, paying our taxes, and improving or maintaining our homes and properties. Based on our experience with this, we truly believe that in our rare hour of need, we could be more kindly treated. Please consider improving the process for area homeowners so that we don't feel ignored, unrepresented, unheard, and finally despondent in our own town, which is why a number of our neighbors aren't here with us this evening. We were even described as complaining without ever speaking with us directly. Although the developer would need to often offer the conditions themselves, I think that providing a safety and privacy fence to the neighbors on the site on the east and south sides, whose backyards will now butt up against a large public access area, though not legally required, is a moral and civil obligation of the developer to ease the incredible impact of their development on an area residential property owners are living there, or to compensate them for such cost. Given the situation in Greensboro, there are real safety concerns at the backyards of these adjacent properties owners. My pictures are just to show how much of the neighborhood is being taken and what approximately 200 cars parked looks like. That's taken from Quaker Village, 3 blocks away. This is quite exacerbated, in our opinion, by the included condition of the developer to allow a drive-through pharmacy for 24 hours and other late openings when the other businesses on our street close at 5 p.m. Thank you for your earnest consideration.
Thank you. Any questions for the opponents? Okay, we do have a 5-minute rebuttal. Mr. Isaacson? Oh, I'm sorry. Do you want to finish? Yes, I'm sorry. I thought you were through. You're welcome to come back.
And again, I'm Carol Salmon. Oops, can I get back to my... In summary, and to reiterate, if this bigger zoning project is approved, we will be subjected to an unconditioned, very large-scale, 24/7, 365 facility with excessive 213 space parking, siren EMS, and delivery truck traffic. If the applicant follows through with either this 2023 proposal or the 2021 proposal, we will lose over 3.7 acres of prime residential, as well as the western extent of the Moorhead-Kaiser-Grimsley school progression. It is important to note that the large-scale commercial real estate is standing empty and losing value now, while residential, including multifamily residential, including missing middle, has remained stable and resilient and has retained value. It is also important to note that with Boom Supersonic inbound, that aviation workforce will need places to live. Some may want to reside as close as possible to the airport and have their children attend the Moorhead-Kaiser Grimsley School progression. And please deny the requested rezoning request. This concludes our presentation unless City Council has questions for us. Again, we appreciate your time. This means a lot to us.
Thank you. Mr. Isaacson?
I'm all set, thank you. I'll be very brief. Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Mr. Lomax does stand ready to address any questions that you all may have. We think this is just city, and therefore we think it's a very good fit. The pharmacy that was mentioned is restricted by condition to a built-in pharmacy, so it has to be located inside the office, the medical office. It cannot be a freestanding pharmacy, and therefore we don't expect it to be operating at all hours as was posited to you. In fact, the point was made that a lot of the other pharmacies in the area close at about 6 o'clock. I think that's evidence that we don't really need an artificial governmental limitation on it. The medical professionals and the other medical staff will make that determination about what fits best with their patients, and that's who this is designed and intended to serve. And that's a lesson that we all learned during COVID, was that safety at pharmacies is very important. Again, we submit this for council's consideration. We're happy to answer any questions. Mr. Lomax is from Greensboro. He grew up on this property. He has a personal interest in this project, and I think we can assure council that this will be done in a first-class manner. We thank you for your consideration.
Any questions for Mr. Isaacson? Okay. We now have a 5-minute rebuttal for those in opposition.
To use that projector. It won't interfere with this, right? Again, Carol Salmon, speaking on behalf of my mom, 720 Cannon Road. This is that rezoned parcel. This is Kimry Hayworth, the historic property. This is the Armfield House. It is not historic, but it is heritage. These are dense growth oaks, some a century old, some 80 to 90 feet high, and all of that tree cover will disappear, except possibly the buffer, but they will not condition it. We do not know for certain whether we will keep our existing trees even in the buffer. Regarding the notion about not putting the historic home into a condition, the wording in my appeal is specific enough to accommodate that. It simply asks to prohibit summary demolition, and that covers the circumstances that Mr. Isaacson mentioned. And that, just one more slide here. That scale in there. The orange square is approximately the land mass that this proposed facility will consume. Again, all of these smaller homes will disappear. Kimry Hayworth, they're saying will stay. We don't have a guarantee. It's not conditioned. This is perhaps the size of a delivery truck. Again, they're talking about EMS loading. That same EMS loading could double as a delivery truck. We risk having EMS sirens in an area where even the airport shuts down its engines overnight and late night. The same thing with the hours limitation. We don't see the other. This is an orthodontics. We have dentistry. All of those shut down at regular closing time, and so they don't seem to have that liberty that the applicant wants for 24/7, 365. And so we are very concerned about the scale and about the hours unlimited, and the fact that Kimry Hayworth is not conditioned as protected. Thank you.
Any questions for those in opposition? Moved by Mrs. Hoffman, seconded by Ms. Abuzawader. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 9-0. Any motions or discussions? Mrs. Hoffman?
Yes, let me just make a couple of statements, and I actually would then just move the item. I think this is a very sort of simple, straightforward hearing that we've had tonight. We basically, this property was rezoned 2 years ago, and the applicant has now come back and actually satisfied two of the issues at the time that drew some neighborhood concern, and that was the house unfriendly and then the egress and ingress. And so Mr. Lomax is maintaining the house unfriendly, and by purchasing the other property and adding it to the original land that was rezoned 2 years ago is actually improving the situation there. I would disagree that the citizens in this city are despondent and don't show up. I think we had that was shown tonight in an earlier rezoning that was widely attended by residents and citizens in the area who expressed their issues and concerns with us. So, I'm going to certainly support this rezoning. It's really just a minor change in the rezoning that we did 2 years ago. And with that, I will move the item, but I'm sure we have perhaps some other comments.
Mrs. Sturm?
Yes. Let me turn off my mic. I just wanted to add to what Councilwoman Hoffman said. I originally voted against this zoning. I had problems with it, especially with the Kimley house. This building is going to be built. I think one way or another, that's already zoned. It's already going to be there. This, I think, is a better alternative than what we had before. I think it's an enhancement. I appreciate Mr. Lomax's work to save the house that the Guilford Alliance was so concerned about. And at this point, it's going to be there one way or another. I would rather have this option, and because of that, I'm going to support the rezoning.
Thank you. Sharon, and then Mary Kay.
No, I just want to say I applaud the applicant who has gone above and beyond again. I wish all of our applicants would do the same thing, to do all you can. And I know you will do all you can to try to save the home. But again, if a disaster happens, I think your hands will be, you'll be tired. You won't be able to. How do you rebuild a historic home, I guess is my question. So I think I hear that they're going to do all they can to preserve what they can on the property. but they're going to build something, I think, that will enhance the whole area. And I saw the title, what it say, Med Center for Women. So certainly I need somewhere to go. So it's good we women have somewhere to go. I'm going to be biased on that part as well. But I think it's always, for me, to see applicants like this come forth, spend some time communicating with the community. Maybe you don't always agree, but at least the ears are open, and we didn't see that earlier tonight. And so I think this one gives me good reason to support it, because I think even if there's something that comes up in the future, I feel certain that the applicant will do whatever he can to make sure that it's a good development. So, thank you.
I also will be supporting this. Just a couple of things. I like that the buffer will be appropriate evergreens on the eastern and southern side. I think that is very important for the others in the area. Of course, everyone's mentioned the preservation of the home. I think that is, one of the key things that really makes me want to support this, because I know that's one thing that the neighborhood and the Alliance were totally opposed to. To me, it's better to keep it in the location where it is. I appreciate the proposed changes to the entrances. That is an interesting intersection right there. I travel it quite a bit, and I think that will certainly help with any concerns about traffic, because they will be moved quite much further away from the intersection. So I just wanted to say I really appreciate that part. So therefore, with everything everyone else has mentioned, I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Any other further comments? Yes.
I want to reiterate what Councilwoman Hightower said. There was a comment about housing and critical issues for the community that we deal with, and I would argue that health care is a critical issue. And knowing the pattern, if I was in need, or if it's a women's hospital or center, if my loved ones were in need, then I would want them to get health care as fast as possible. And if there is a need for 24-hour pharmacy, then the healthcare professionals in this community that may occupy this structure have determined that there is a pharmacy need. And having gone through that personally, I will tell you that the fastest way to healthcare is a critical issue for this community. And so I just wanted to add that tidbit as far as supporting this item in reference to everybody else's comments.
Tammy?
I'm sorry, I also wanted to add that there was a concern expressed about losing the houses that are there currently. And as a member of that general area community that drives past these houses all the time, most of those houses are in very poor condition. Probably could stand to be go in front of a minimum housing commission, and some of them have been abandoned for quite a while. And so this is actually going to improve the area as well, with those houses being removed and a more useful building there. Thank you.
Thank you. I do believe we have a motion and a second. Council, please vote. Amish, do we need a statement of consistency on that?
Right.
I've got it.
So it needs a statement of consistency. Can we switch screens?
I have Mrs. Thurm, but it was Mrs. Hoffman who moved it with a second
Correct.
by Mrs. Thurm. Mrs. Hoffman, could you read the?
I can make the minutes reflect that.
The Greensboro City Council believes that its action to approve the rezoning request for the property at 5307 near 5313 and 5317 West Friendly Avenue and 722 and 724 Muirs Chapel Road from CDO Conditional District Office and R3 Residential Single Family 3 to CDO Conditional District Office to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 comprehensive plan and considers the action taken to be reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan's future built form map and future land use map. The proposed CDO zoning district, as conditioned, permits uses which fit the context of surrounding area and limits negative impacts on the adjacent properties. The request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approval is in the public interest.
Council, please vote. And that passes 9-0. Thank you. I do need to play a little bit of cleanup on that item that we just continued. Part of it was my fault because of National Night Out changing the schedule in August, which threw the meeting into July. Both the applicant and the opposition have scheduling difficulties in July. So I would like to, with Council's consensus, if we could go ahead and move that meeting to September 5th. And again, that was item number, should be September 5th. Just checking to make sure that's our meeting day. I don't want to look bad again. And this is item H.9.
Madam Mayor, we do have a meeting on September the 5th, and we also have one on September the 19th.
Okay, so we're going to do September 5th. If moved by Mr. Holston, seconded by Mrs. Boozwaiter, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, that mood is September 5th. Now, last for our public hearing is item H12, public hearing for an ordinance for rezoning for 4,000, 402, and 410 Walker Avenue. Thomas E. Terrell for the Kellen Foundation.
Move the item. Second.
Okay. Mike, can you do a very brief overview, obviously? And
I think I have less than 30 seconds, it sounds like. I promise I'll go very quickly.
We do have members of the Kellen Foundation here. We want them to know how much we appreciate the good work they do on behalf of our city. But Mr. Kirkman,
I'll be very brief. Again, the request is from single family to CDO conditional district office. As you see on the map, all of the surrounding zoning is R5 residential single family. The subject property is currently a vacant church as well as a single family dwelling. It is surrounded by single family dwellings. It is designated as institutional currently in the Lindley Park Plan and as urban central in the future built form map. So there are a number of conditions that have been negotiated with this, and I'll leave this up just for a second for quick reading. Staff did conclude, again, that this meets the comprehensive plan's filling our framework goal, as well as our creating great places strategy, and because of the conditions that are there and the types of uses allowed in the office district, we feel it is compatible with the nearby residential uses, and it is, of course, adjacent to a thoroughfare on Holden Road as well. And so we are supportive of the request. Planning and Zoning Commission did hear this request at their May 15th meeting and did approve the request. Because this rezoning request will create a change in the Lindley Park Plan, it has to come to City Council for final action tonight. There were 4 speakers in favor of the request at the commission meeting and none in opposition. I can answer any questions.
Just want to make a comment.
Go, Mary Kay.
Just want to make a comment. Thank you, Mike.
Sure.
You know, I have taken a tour of this building, and I would encourage my fellow council members, colleagues to do that as well. I've known Dr. Graves for a very long time, and with many endeavors and initiatives. And I commend everyone. I recall watching the Zoning Commission meetings that there was a comment made from a commissioner that how well planned they were in presenting what this is going to become for the city of Greensboro and Guilford County. So I just want to commend them for being so diligent, and I know you had to wait a long time till we heard this evening, but it's well worth it when we hopefully see the vote in a few minutes. So thank you all so very much. A much needed addition to the city of Greensboro. Thank you.
I'd love to hear a little bit from Kelly
Sure.
about what she's going to do.
Kelly, you want to, and we do need a statement of consistency. I'm sorry, Mrs.
Sure.
Hoffman, if you would.
Yeah, I'd be
did you
happy
make
to.
the-
Also, this has the complete support
No, it
of
was
the.
Mrs. Johnson who.
No, that was Ms. Johnson.
You-
So then you need to read the statement of consistency.
Okay.
I will.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yvonne can do it.
Yes, go right ahead.
The Greensboro City Council believes that its action to approve the rezoning request for the properties at 4000, 4002, and 410 Walker Avenue from RS 5, Residential Single Family 5, to CDO, Conditional District Office, to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 Comprehensive Plan, and considers the action taken to be reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. One, the request is consistent with the Comprehensive Plan's future bill format and future land use map. Two, the proposed CD-O zoning district as condition permits uses which fit the context of surrounding area and limits negative impact on the adjacent properties. And three, the request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, especially the surrounding community and Greensboro, and approval is in the public's best interest.
Council, please vote.
Mr. Holston?
Okay, that passes 9-0. Dr. Graves, would you?
First off, thank you very much for your support of this endeavor. Our goal as an organization has always been to fill gaps and support the community however we can. Recently, we were gifted the previous Lindley Park Baptist Church to continue that legacy that they have built around serving the community. We serve about 12,000 people a year who otherwise wouldn't have access to behavioral health care, and we connect them with lots of other amazing resources that are in Greensboro. Because of our current space capacity and staffing capacity, we were not able to serve the number that we wanted to serve. We had some wait lists. And so the opportunity came in partnership with Lindley Park Baptist Church. They gifted the building to us, and so we're looking at designing a prevention and treatment hub. So we don't want to duplicate what's already available. We want to complement and continue to extend the way in which we support community members across Greensboro and Guilford County. So our plan is to co-locate nonprofits, small to mid-sized nonprofits that can be on site together to create a prevention and treatment hub. We feel like we're the right agency to go into this endeavor, particularly because we're the only agency in the state of North Carolina that's nationally recognized in the area of mental health and trauma recovery. The only other one is Duke University, and then us right here in Greensboro. So we have models and relationships across the country for how to build a prevention and treatment hub that can complement the existing crisis centers that are in our community. We are much of the opinion that it's important to go upstream and to help kids and families before crisis. And that's what this center will focus on. So we're interested in partnering with nonprofits on site, so it's not just behavioral health, but that we could have assistance with housing and tutoring and mentoring and food security, so that when individuals come, they can get multiple levels of needs in one location. So we're excited to build this. We've been listening to the community about what kinds of things are important for the neighborhood, and we were waiting until this process to then begin some listening sessions to continue to hear from community members, councils, businesses, of what this could be for Greensboro, and then build those plans accordingly to what the community says it needs. So.
Thank you so much. We appreciate all the good work that you do within the city.
Thank you. I appreciate your support.
Thank you. I look forward to seeing.
Yes, we would love to have everyone for a tour. That would be great.
It's going to come out. So thank you for your services in the community too. So
thank you. I appreciate it.
Great project.
You know, just if I could say, the Lindley Park neighborhood is a very vocal and cohesive neighborhood, and they are very supportive of this change in use in their neighborhood. So anyway, we look forward to it.
Thank you. We look forward to being part of the Lindley Park community as well.
And just really quickly, Dr. Graves and I had talked about this is kind of like where you go back into that one-stop shop model where someone comes in and then the organizations that can assist them will be available to them. So I think that's one reason I was not only intrigued but very excited. So thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate the ability, and our team is here, and we have a lot of other team members that are not here that do the work day in and day out to support kids and families in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we are going to move on to the general business portion of our agenda. Item I-1 is an ordinance establishing the fiscal year 2023-2024 annual operating budget. We've had a number of public hearings and a number of council work sessions. Mr. City Manager, I don't know if you have a brief statement and this is the part of the budget that specifically deals with the general fund related to property tax.
I don't have anything else to say outside of, I will say that you've worked very hard. And I do remember what Mayor Pro Tem said at the last work session, the fact that in February you worked very hard on deliberating and determining and making decisions with regards to 7 priority areas. And we've tried to reflect those. On all the staff reports you saw tonight, we tried to reflect those and even see where projects, whether they be rezoning or even economic development, where they align with all of those. And we've done the same thing with this budget. So I will say that, yes, I definitely kudos to Director John Deck and the budget team and our staff for working very hard on this, but I want to say thank you because I think this conversation started last year after the last budget, continued into letting our priorities drive our expenses. And I think that we did well. Like I said earlier, it's not a visionary budget. It's a pragmatic budget because it gets us some things that we need today. But in order for us to have the future that we want, we definitely need to start working in that direction. And I think this budget really encourages our employees, our police department, our officers. Extensive conversation with Chief Thompson last night. And I believe that we're not there yet, but I think that it does encourage a number of our employees. So thank you once again. Unless there are questions for us, I think that's really.
I do have one question too, after Zach.
Zach and Mrs. Hightower.
No, you had your hand up though before I did. Okay. I just want to be sure on this particular item. You mentioned, I guess this one references our employees, correct? And so the one thing I just want to be clear on in voting for this, so the salaries for police, are they going to be 57 or we start at 55? And so I just want to be clear in that. I just want to be very clear in my mind. So I know how to press the right button.
Okay. 55,000 starting salary beginning this September for police officers. And for employees, non-public safety employees, will be $18 an hour starting this September.
Okay. So when next year happens, they won't go to 57? Because I feel like in some way this is like kind of a game that, okay, we'll start 55, but we're going to be 57 in 6 months.
The caveat, if you recall what I mentioned on Thursday, was for the $18 an hour salary, employees who get to that September of this year, then they get to $18 and I believe 71 in December of this year as well. The natural progression would take employees to $19.47 by December of next year. The same does not apply to police. What I presented was that police starting salary will be $55,000 this September. To get to $57,000 in April of next year will require another $5.4 million.
Tax increase.
Yes, which will be in the upcoming budget year, fiscal year, not this one. And that's a conversation that we'll have to have when we get to that point.
Right. Okay. Because while they will get to 57 quick, our regular employees won't get to 20. They will only progressively get to maybe 19.
They will get to $19.50 by the same year, just about 6 months or 8 months apart.
Okay.
But that's another conversation that we may want to have.
Okay.
I did have a very good conversation with, I think, Assistant City Manager Larry Davis earlier today, tracking how the city has really worked on all of this over the last 5 years. In FY 18-19, the minimum wage for employees was $15 an hour. That's $31,200. The same year, the starting salary for police was $38,200. We stayed at that same level through FY 20 and 21. In FY 21 and 22, we stayed the same place with employees' starting salary of $15 an hour, but we moved police from $38,000 to $41,000. And in 22-23, we went up to minimum wage went up to $15.91, which is where we are today at $33,000. And the police salary, starting salaries went up to $46,300. I think this year, if this budget is adopted, you've made a huge leap in taking police starting salaries from $46,000 to $55,000, and all employees from $33,000 to $37,000 and so on. And I think that the decision that we make in the next fiscal year obviously is something that we have to have a conversation around. But where we are, we believe we're very competitive, whether with the starting salaries for police or the minimum wage for all employees.
Okay, thank you. And while I appreciate that, and I know that's going to include a tax increase, some will still get what they want, even though they may not support this. And the tax increase is really hard to swallow, but if it gets us to where we need to get to, hopefully we'll get stabilized and we won't have to do anything further for a while. Hopefully we don't have to move with another tax increase at all, because this one's going to be hard enough as it is. But I certainly see him supporting all of our employees to get them to a level where they deserve to get paid. So I appreciate it. Thank you for the explanation.
Thank you, ma'am.
You know, I thought about the number of police officers and some fire that go to other cities in the surrounding areas. And I thought about what we pay to train them, and then they go somewhere else. And how much of a loss is that for us? I mean, Larry would have to calculate that over the 4th of July weekend. No, I'm teasing Larry, but I would like to know how that would look, because one of the reasons I support these raises is because we need all these folk, and we need to also increase the salary of our general workers. So, as I mentioned in one of the work sessions, I appreciate the fact that the goals that we set are reflected in this budget. That's important to me.
Mayor Pro Tem? Oops, go ahead.
Well, I know that Mary Kay has.
I can answer your question.
Yeah.
The one about how much it costs to train each police officer is between $80,000 and $100,000.
Yeah, I wanted that I knew, but I wanted to know of the ones we have lost over the last 2 years. How much is that total and that kind of thing? But thank you for giving me that. Zach, did I take your place? Did I do something? If I did, if I did, I'm apologize to you.
Talk whenever you want.
No, I didn't. But
You've earned it.
For a long time, we just did that. So, no, I don't want to interrupt anybody.
Am I allowed?
Zach.
Thank you,
Followed
Madam Mayor.
by Mary Kay.
You know, I remain questionable about this budget. As I copied you on the email, I referenced last Thursday that I had like 8 questions that I put forth. But I wasn't going to restate those questions because I didn't want to take up anybody's time, that I had emailed them. And yet, you know, Mr. Davis responded to one question that day about the parking fees, which I'll talk about later. But I never got the answers. Larry called me today about GTA and trying to explain to me, or doing a good job of explaining, why the budget went up over 100%. And which opened up a Pandora's box of other questions, which I'm not going to just belabor today either. The point is, like when I send budget questions as a council member over 2 weeks ago, and you don't get a response, and some of them are, you know, paragraph 3, this states the recycling increases equate to $2 million. What's the net loss of a recycling program? Specifically, what does the city lose per year? What impact of consolidation of field ops with Parks and Rec and solid waste? The parking fund executive government section increases $6.2 million over a 3-year period, 64%. How is this possible and what it's going towards? Non-departmental government, general government increased $3 million. I mean, these shouldn't be that hard of questions, but, you know, the constant ignorement is just beyond me. And it states, I copied y'all. And again, I told you this Thursday. I don't want to just clog up y'all's inbox because I know how many emails we get. But when you do email staff, you hope to get a response. Now, there are good things in this budget. The police salaries, employee salaries, that's great. You know, last year we had a monumental tax increase equating to $48 million in additional revenue for the city of Greensboro. This budget equates to an additional $60 million plus dollars. That's $109 million in 2 years in additional revenue. That's huge. Huge. It's over 16%. Now, what you don't understand, or some folks I don't think get, that it may seem like a nominal property tax increase to some. I'll say it to me, you know, a couple $100 a year, sure. I think there's a song by the Counting Crows that said that may not be a big deal to me, but it's a big deal to somebody. And in addition, you're starting to tax even commercial properties. So I was talking to one of our taxpayers today that says, you know, I own some properties, a partner in a building that's $24 million. That's an additional $10,000. So what's going to happen in that commercial office building to the tenants? They're going to get rent increases. So that property tax may not seem like a lot, but that property tax is going to filter right down to the folks that are struggling to pay rent, and they're going to end up not being able to pay it. There's a lot that goes into property tax, and I can't see for the life of me how $109 million in 2 years is justified in the budget. Councilwoman Hoffman brought up on Thursday taking care of our buildings. We've talked about that for 10 or 12 years. And that's a great point. There's nothing in this budget that was explained to us in any work session whatsoever about a strategic plan in which some of these funds would be used to do what? Maintain our office buildings, our buildings. I never saw anything. The only strategic initiative we saw or presented was from the police chief about being strategic about funding certain things to get their officers, our officers, to the level that we wanted to from a council perspective. And that was to decrease funding 32 jobs roughly, to raise salaries and being strategic. We saw no other strategic initiatives come out of this budget. So it's frustrating. It does affect all of our folks, whether they own a house or not. They may be renting a house and renting office space, which we are going to tax even more right now, on top of last year. Folks, I don't think we're being strategic. I don't think we thought through the strategic. I think some of us, we asked questions and we get a little bit and we get satisfied. But for $109 million, I just, on top of the American Rescue Plan funds. So if you add those funds, you're talking about roughly another $78 million. When we walk around and we go to the grocery store and we go to somewhere out in the community, that's almost $200 million that have we really, really moved the needle for our community to justify it. And I would submit to you, I don't think we have. I don't know if I'll get some of these questions answered. There's other ones I haven't gotten answered. But we're going to keep pushing because this city has got to be more strategic. It is our time now. It is Greensboro's time. Toyota, Boom, Pro Kidney. We've got buildings coming out of the ground in downtown. We've got buildings coming out of the ground in East Greensboro. We've got buildings coming out of the ground all over the place. Guilford County is going to reevaluate in 2 years. So our property taxes are going to go up again, our valuations. And I don't see the strategy coming out. I think we as a council need to continue to push our staff and push each other to make the best decisions for the community. And personally, I don't see in this budget and the strategies behind it that we really are getting the best of what the city deserves. That being said, I know how I'm going to vote. And as I told some people tonight, you got to read the room. I look forward to working with you in the next year.
Mary Kay?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm pretty much going to try to be quick about this, but pretty much say exactly what I've said in the work sessions. I am opposed to a tax rate increase. However, I will vote for community safety. And knowing that our officers will be paid what they are worth according to the market studies, I am going to vote for this budget. And I said that in work session. I've talked with Ty and said the same thing. With this budget, the beginning salary will be 55, and we will hope to get to that 57. I've said it so many times. The marketplace studies showed that out of all of our departments, the police department was the one who was not up to market rate. And I realize that marketplace studies have changed, and they will change every 2 or 3 months. I understand all this. But that is the department where we are down 120 employees. Do we need to pay all of our employees what they are worth? Of course. But here are some stats. We had 21 officers resign this year. I would say, I dare say 95% of them went to other municipalities who were paying more. We lost veteran officers who had been on the force 15 or more years. Not all of them, but we did lose several. 37 resigned last year. I'm not talking about retirees. That would have to be factored in as well. 37 resigned last year. So in a year and a half, that is almost 60 officers who have left our force. I've said it costs about $100,000 to train the officers in the academy from day one till the day they graduate. 60 officers leaving is $6 million worth of training of taxpayer money. Think about that. That's a lot of money that is walking out the door. And we've got to do something to fix it, and this is a first step, and I'll say it again. I really don't want to vote for a property tax increase, but because it is, for helping the beginning salaries for officers and appropriate pay for the officers that are here now so they don't leave, I'm going to vote for this budget. Another comment was made. I know that, we shouldn't raise the budget. I know, Zach, you said that it had, gone 16% or more? But, sometimes some of our expenses have increased 20 and 30%.
Fuel.
Yeah, fuel has increased. I mean, there's so many things, and I agree 100%. We should have done maintenance on our buildings for many, many years. So we're going to have to look at all that, but I do believe that this is going to at least, with all of our new economic development coming on board, at least make an attempt to make sure our city is safe, because I've told you, and you can ask any officer, you could ask the chief, I truly believe we are at crisis level on community safety. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Hugh?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will say that having a tax increase of this year following the one that we had last year is at the very bottom of my list. In the work sessions, we talked about this very topic, and I was very clear in saying that I don't want a tax increase, but if we have one, it should be for the benefit of our employees, our public safety or non-public safety employees. The tax increase that's being proposed by the city manager and will eventually be either approved or denied by city council is at 4 cents. I know that at least 2 cents of that is at the council's doing when we front-loaded or expedited pay and helped to alleviate compression from May back to February this past year. It's no wonder that there are decisions that we make that do have consequences, and we have to pay for them. And so approximately 2 cents of this 4 cents was spent before you even started. So in effect, what we have here is a tax increase of 2 cents, not 4 cents from the city manager, and then 2 cents from decisions that we made. Great decision, though, because we were taking care of our employees. I think we should continue to take care of our employees, and the 2 cents, with what it brings to us, I think will help to get us there. We talked about the police salaries going to $55,000 with this proposed budget, and my understanding of this is that the starting pay will be $55,000 as of this year, and next year, 2024, the starting pay will still be $55,000. It's just that those employees who are with us will have organically improved through merit increases of their pay, we think in the $57,000 range. But we also talked about other alternatives that they have to increase their income, from the bilingual or veterans or educational. So they could well be above 60, 62, 63,000 on an individual basis. I'm also happy to hear that the $55,000 that is being proposed will place the Greensboro Police Department officers in the number 2 rank amongst our peers. I believe Charlotte's at 57, Greensboro will be at 55, and I think Burlington's at 54. Raleigh is this year with their new budget is just getting to 52. It's just very, very exciting to hear that we're giving Chief Thompson some tools to retain his existing employees and also to attract some new employees to come into the city, to GPD. But at the same time, we're also taking care of our non-public safety employees, those who also, in a sense, are helping with the reputational risk of our city with water and the other departments. So, again, while I'm not crazy about there being an increase in taxes, the good majority of this is being used for our employees who are going to take care of the services that we, as a council, expect to provide to our residents. I do believe that is it. And so, Madam Mayor, yes, I will be in support of this this proposed budget, warts and all, but it does give us the services I believe that we need. Thank you.
Thank you. I staked myself out early saying that I did not want a property tax increase, that I wanted a hold the line budget. Unfortunately, that is not what we have, a hold the line budget. I support wholeheartedly our employee raises, and I feel that I have fought hard for employee raises. I think it's important. $18 an hour is a good starting salary. I think that will put us as a leader. You know, we talked about that you could lead the market, you could be in the middle of the market, or you could be behind the market. I do think that will put us a leader in the market when it comes to starting general service employees. And I hope they realize that means that we value their work. Public safety is an issue that we hear over and over again, and we are working hard to retain police, fire, Guilford Metro, 911. I fully support those increases, and I think they're necessary. I just wish we could have found a way to come in at a hold the line budget. And you know, maybe next year the charge should be to tell department heads, like we used to find 5% that you can cut out of your budget. I think just about anybody can find fat in their budget, whether it's home or a company. And after the huge increase of last year, I can't believe that there wasn't any excess revenue. So I can't support the budget, though I do support the salary increases. I think it's very important, and I want the employees to hear it loud and clear that I appreciate what they do, and that my vote against the budget certainly is not a vote against them. So as I've said for many months, that if it's not a hold the line budget, that I would not be able to vote for it. Mrs. Hoffman?
You know, I think this is a budget that reflects what we identified as our some really important principles that we wanted to maintain here in the city, and I think it's a budget with the increases that it really will help make us an employer of choice, and I think it will help to sort of stem the tide on the loss of key personnel in this city. So I think it does those things extremely well. You know, I've said it so many times. I'll say it again. Maybe our citizens will hear us, and I don't know how we're going to deal with it over the next few years. It's not just a matter of digging ourselves out of a hole in terms of the maintenance needs in this city. We're in a crater, and you know, we had to put the bond on the ballot in 2016 to just do some for street payment. Because we had deferred so much there over a number of years. So we continue to do that. And, you know, I'll continue to talk about it. And but, you know, I'm supporting the budget tonight. You know, over the last few decades, councils have not increased taxes significantly. Last year was an exception because of the property reevaluation, and it's unfortunate that we're having to come back and add to that this year, but the needs of this city are great, and to provide the services that our citizens want and need. I think we're just faced with that tonight in this budget. So, as I said in the work session last week, I will be supporting this budget.
Tammy?
Mr. Matheny brought up an issue at the work session. in terms of the spare properties and things that we have and selling those properties or looking at disposing of them, et cetera. I am totally in favor of doing that and doing that early, looking at that early this year. However, I cannot support using one-time money to pay ongoing expenses because that just continues to delay things. I would fully support selling those properties and using those funds to do the maintenance and the big maintenance issues that we've got that we've been putting off for some time. I've spent a lot of time, and I want to thank Mr. Davis and John for sending me the information and following up with me on my requests for information. And I'm a numbers geek. That's what I have done for a living my entire life. And I've dug into a lot of the line item expenses. I don't like the tax increase, but when you get into the actual cost of keeping our city running, our costs have gone up in a big way, whether it be the cost of asphalt or the cost of pipes or the cost of the equipment to, I don't even know what you call it, rotor-rooter, the plumbing, and you all know what I'm talking about because y'all are smiling at me. But all those costs, the cost of supporting our community and the new programs that we've instituted, all that costs money. And the cost of just doing business on a regular basis, like everywhere else, has just grown exponentially. We have cut some things out of the budget because when this budget started out, it was this 4-cent increase without bringing the police up to 55 and without bringing our employees up to $18 minimum wage. In order to get to these numbers we're at today, we've cut a fair amount out. We've cut several millions of dollars out. As a numbers geek, I think we've done a pretty good job of balancing where we are. It's nothing, none of us want to do this tax increase. But I think that's what we're faced with to get to the point where we can continue operating the city and deliver the level of services that our residents require and deserve to have. For that reason, I'll be supporting this budget.
Dr. Wells? So we do have a motion from Dr. Wells, seconded by Mrs. Thurm.
I have one quick question, and I just want to be clear. I think I asked Larry this earlier today, and I just want to be clear. This is the budget, but not inclusive of the water rate fees that are going up.
That's correct.
Correct.
That comes on a later agenda item.
Okay. I just want to be sure, because while I'm going to support the budget here, I'm not going to support the water rate increase. I don't want to zap residents twice.
And I'm going to do the opposite of you.
Yeah. But, yeah, I'm not. So I just want to be clear that yes, you were going to say something?
Yeah.
Oh, no. I thought if you wanted to interrupt me to correct whatever I'm
I didn't want to
thinking.
interrupt you at all. I was just trying.
Oh, sir.
I was just trying to get the mayor's attention.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, you're trying to get the mayor's attention. Well, stop looking over at me then. I ain't the mayor.
Chuck, do you need to tell me something?
So I know that many of council, or some of you council members have relationships or involved with nonprofits. And there's concern about whether or not there's a conflict of interest in supporting or voting on a budget. I just want to remind you that those conflict of interest rules relate to contracts or appropriations of money. This is actually a budget, which is essentially an accounting mechanism for keeping us in line, but it doesn't appropriate any money. So that you can't be receiving a direct financial benefit from that, and it can't be going to a nonprofit that you would have to recuse yourself because of that fact.
So you're saying we don't have to?
No, not on the budget. Right.
Okay, and council, have you voted?
Councilmember Hightower and Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
And that passes 7-2. I want to read a statement I wrote that has to do with property tax. I think this is the right time in the meeting. About a year ago, after our last budget, I said that we should consider additional funding streams similar to those that other municipalities use throughout our state. Revenue streams that will not have a reliance on our property tax rate. I feel that not exploring all funding opportunities is irresponsible and puts our city at a competitive disadvantage and continues to be a drain on property tax revenue. There have been exploratory discussions about potential revenue sources, such as a prepared food tax, increased occupancy tax, or a facility fee added to Coliseum arena tickets. There is currently a $4 fee added to Tanger tickets and was part of the financing plan to reduce any reliance on property tax. I requested attendance numbers for a number of Tanger and Coliseum events. 65% of the people who saw Hamilton over an 18-day period were from outside Guilford County. 80% of the people who saw Elton John were from outside of Guilford County. 71% of the NBA preseason Hornets-Boston Celtics game were from outside of Guilford County. 67% of the people who saw The Lion King over a 12-day period were from outside of Guilford County. 84% of the people who saw Eric Church were from outside of Guilford County. 77% of the people who saw Sting in concert with the symphony were outside of Guilford County. This is just a random sampling, but it establishes a strong trend. The Greensboro Science Center is in the top 10 attractions of North Carolina, and it should move into the top 5 this year. People from every state have bought tickets. The Civil Rights Museum is working towards a UNESCO World Heritage designation, which will increase visitors. There are currently 24 UNESCO sites in the U.S. This will be the only one in North Carolina. This doesn't include a number of other venues, such as the Aquatic Center, Bryant Park, Wyndham Golf, the Corey Center, just to name a few. Our colleges and universities are drivers of visitors from outside Guilford County. The way we currently budget is that the City of Greensboro property taxpayers carry the burden of building and maintaining our facilities that are used by people who live outside of Greensboro in Guilford County. A prepared food tax would require support of our residents, our delegation, and our legislature. At the current time, the city has not submitted a request. The city is doing its due diligence to determine the benefits to our residents, our business, and what the budget implications will be. It's a complicated issue, and we are still gathering information. Wake, which is Raleigh, Mecklenburg, which is Charlotte, Dare and Cumberland counties and Hillsborough all have a prepared food tax. We are in jeopardy of losing tourism, sports, and cultural events to cities that are capitalizing on our visitors. There will be ample opportunity for input and discussion. It is our goal to have good information for our residents, our delegation, and our legislature to decide if this is the right solution for our community, or if we're going to continue to rely on our property taxpayers to carry that burden. One of our strategic goals is to be the youth sports capital of the South. We cannot do that within our current budget restraints. We cannot offer our residents the quality of life that they want within our current budget restraints. In today's paper, Triad Staged announced their permanent closure. That's sad. They started the downtown renaissance. Looking at other revenue streams will help organizations like Triad Stage stay in business. So I decided to read that at this time since it is property tax related. So we move on to item I2, which is a resolution adopting the fiscal
Madam
year.
Mayor, can I ask you a quick question before you read that? You brought up food tax, and you interspersed that in your statement. Is that something you're anticipating trying to accomplish here?
Well, as I said in the statement, that we are still looking at it. We are trying to get good information.
So when
that
we say,
I said that it will require the buy-in of residents, our delegation, and our legislature. So at this point, we're not ready to move forward. We want to make sure that we have a good plan that answers all questions.
who is we?
It is an exploratory group that is, as I said, I brought this up last year, and there are a number of us looking at what different funding mechanisms could be.
Well, I understand different funding methods, but the food tax discussion is troubling because certain ones are having it and everybody's not having it. But as I said before when we had this discussion, I can't support a food tax without a referendum. And if it doesn't have a referendum, it has to do more than just support sports, because there's other things in this community that needs support as well, not just sports arenas. And the only thing we ever hear about, well, you got A&T and they got a good track, so we'll support that. But it has to be more than that. There are our capital projects that are in disrepair too. So when you talk about one building, you need to talk about all of them. Parks and rec buildings, recreation centers, other things as well. So for me, a food tax has to do more than just say, let's have a soccer field or support, because everybody who's eating is not a sports person, but they're contributing and they're paying. And so we have to look at that more in a broader sense of how support goes, and a portion of your food tax revenue should go to support community where needs uplifting and repair. So as you have more conversations around it, I'd like to hear more of just those conversations, not just saying, well, we're exploring it. Because
Sharon, I think that's what that statement said. We had some preliminary discussions, but we don't have all the data yet, and we are going to make sure that it is the right solution for our city and our county. Dr. Wells?
I was just going to ask for clarification, because what I thought I heard you say was that was one of the avenues that we were looking at, so that we would have an alternative, so that everything did not come just from property taxes. I didn't hear that the food tax was going to the sports. I thought you were saying that because we have sports here, people are coming here, and we should see if it's food tax, if it's the venues that they come to. Sounds like it's something we ought to discuss.
Yes.
It really does.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, item I2 is a resolution adopting the fiscal year 2024 to 2023 Capital Improvements Program, CIP.
33. 24-33.
Yes. 2020, oh, I'm sorry, 2024-2033.
So I have a question about that too.
Capital improvement. Do I have a motion? Second. Tammy, Mary Kay? Nancy, then Tammy. Okay.
So
Council, please vote.
while we're voting, can I just ask, so this is a 10-year plan. So do we expect to fix all our problems in these 10 years with our capital
No.
improvements? So this money, will it increase over 10 years, or will it just?
Yes.
Okay, because I wasn't reading that. Thank you.
I'm not getting the voting. Okay.
It came up.
Well, now it says Hoffman and Thurm. It was Hoffman. Oh, I'm sorry. That's right. Hoffman and Thurm Council, please vote. And that passes 9-0. Item I.3, ordinance amending the General Capital Projects Fund.
Move the item.
So moved by Mrs. Hightower, seconded by Mr. Holston. Council, please vote. Item I-4, that passes 9-0. Item I-4 is an ordinance establishing the fiscal year 2023-2024 budget for the Greensboro High Point Guilford County Workforce Development Consortium Grant Project. Moved by Mrs. Abuzawaiter, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. Can you hit the move button? Okay. Council, please vote. And that passes 9-0. Item I-5 is an ordinance amending the Streets and Sidewalk Capital Projects Fund. Moved by Mrs. Thurm, seconded by Mrs. Abuzawaiter. That passes 9-0. Ordinance amending the State Highway Allocation Capital Projects Fund.
Second.
Moved by Mrs. Abuzawaiter, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. That passes 9-0. Item I.7, ordinance amending the Technical Services Project Fund.
Second.
Moved by Mrs. Thurm, seconded by Mrs. Hightower.
Tammy, you didn't move it? It's not moving on my screen. There it is. Okay. Yeah, it wasn't moving. The moving wasn't moving.
Item I.8 is an ordinance amending the Parking Facilities Capital Project Fund.
Madam Mayor, can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Manager, will you go into more detail about this item, please?
About what was the question?
The question, I asked the question of would you go into more detail? And the reason why I asked that question is during our work session last Thursday, Mr. Davis and I were trading emails about the parking fund and expenditures. And the last email that I requested was, what exactly constitutes expenditures? He said, anything we spend money on. I said, give me a list of what we spend money on. Mr. Davis, have I gotten that response yet? No. So anything, like I have, obviously, there's been no justification for increasing our parking fees. What I really want to know is what have we spent money on regarding our parking decks, the security, the cleanliness, et cetera. And one of the things is that the Tanger Center provided us was they took our parking deck, they put their allocation into cleaning up the Bill Meade deck, painting it and doing everything that we could have done and should have done through our parking fund. So I've seen no understanding or justification into what we're using our expenditures for. So I would really appreciate if we could get that information. And I think that we as council and city staff are probably going to hear about increasing the parking fees, specifically in downtown and the decks and throughout, based on the vote tonight. So, Mr. Manager, I just want the response of what we've actually spent money on and how the details of it, which is what I asked for last Thursday, which Mr. Davis has, and you were copied. So if I could get information, that would really be great. And I really am getting tired of having to ask constantly. Sharon, I feel you. I know you ask a lot of questions too. So
You want to put this on hold until you get it?
We can't.
Why?
because we have to have our budget passed by,
We all passed with that.
nope.
Okay.
Actually, you don't have to pass this. You could put this on hold, which would hold up the parking facilities fund as just one aspect of the budget, which would carry over. No, the state does it all the time. State does it all the time.
But
They
we
don't
have
pass the
we
budget
have
by
a
June 30th.
deadline by the 1st.
Would it not carry forward?
I don't think we have.
Councilmember Matheny, if I can just speak to the ordinance itself, just at least the item that's in front of you. So this particular item, when we are able to identify funds on an annual basis, we will transfer operating funds out of our parking fund into a capital reserve fund that is particular for parking. This particular item, if you look at the actual ordinance itself, is transferring $550,000 into that capital reserve fund. That fund is then available to be pulled from for things like elevator repairs or other kinds of painting needs, or really anything that any of the parking decks need that go beyond what the annual operating budget can handle. So that's what this particular item. I don't know the specific projects that this will fund, and we can certainly get you that. But in general, that's what this fund is.
What you're doing is you're creating another separate account in which to pull those funds so you have some type of reserve operating fund for capital improvement projects.
Yeah, or really major maintenance is what I would call this for. This is really probably nothing new. No new capital outlay would come out of this money, but significant maintenance that any or all the parking decks might need, we would pull from these type of funds.
So I think it's important. I mean, essentially, the majority voted on increasing parking fees, really with no substance behind it.
We haven't voted yet. I don't think we have.
Now, this is just
Okay.
a transfer. Right, Mr. Davis? Mr. Manager? I mean, this is a transfer. This is to set up a transfer.
Yeah, but this is not the same as the parking fees.
Excuse me?
This is not the same as the parking fees. It's just
Exactly.
a transfer to have
No,
money
you've already passed that in
our
the budget,
reserve.
correct? The parking fees?
Yes, they are.
Yes, that's part of your
they are
operating
They
dollars.
are administrative fees, so they are part of the operating budget that you passed with item I-1.
Yeah. I think this is just another, this is not, it would have been in the budget, but this is just another example of how we are taxing ourselves out of competition in an urban market. And I still want the information because I reserve the right to bring that back up in future meetings.
Mary Kay?
Just so you mentioned, Mr. Davis, that this is elevator repair maintenance, because I know that there have been a lot of times when the elevators, especially Green Street, have needed some major reworking. The elevators in this building pretty much had to be replaced. I know this is just for the parking decks. I'm not trying to say, that any of it comes to the MMOB, but the parking decks have issues all the time with maintenance. Is that what this is for? Is
Yes.
that what?
Yes, Councilmember, exactly.
I mean, I've seen times where the stop arms have been ripped off, or there's some barriers in there that have been run over and messed with. So that's what I was thinking this was. Is that correct? Okay, thank you.
Did we have a motion and a second on that?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you tell
Councilmember
me who?
Hoffman moved it. Councilmember Abuzoider seconded.
Okay. Council, please vote. I do hope that, Zach, that people are taking advantage of that.
surfing Instagram while we're doing work.
Was that Mr. Hammer? No. Oh, that's true. That passes 8-1. I do hope that people who are going downtown are taking advantage of the 3-hour free parking in the decks. I don't know that that program is being used much, and part of it could be because we are not advertising it very well.
Well, I will tell you that our busiest days are typically for retail or Sunday. I can tell you that the city took full advantage of downtown Greensboro Incorporated putting on beach music, so they're charging $5 to park at night when they typically nights for free, or maybe $2. And so
I think baseball games we charge.
baseball games, the city's charging $5, and so there's a lot going on there that we don't know about. Now, I don't know if that's in the weeds or strategic, but it's become a deterrent when you're charging. So, for instance, folks, and I'm trying not to, but for instance, everything's like, we don't need to do anything for downtown parking until we get done with this parking plan. It's July, basically.
Yeah.
The parking plan was voted on in March, awarded in May of last year. It's been a year and a half, and arguably nothing's really come out about it. We haven't really seen anything. They're still holding meetings. It's been a year and a half.
Well, and we did talk about it at the MPO meeting because we voted on it at NPO too, and we said that we wanted this to be an accelerated parking plan. And if this is accelerated,
It's not accelerated. And in the thought process, the city council was supposed to wait on discussing and strategically going forward with any parking plan initiatives. But let's just go ahead and raise rates before the plan comes out. Makes no sense whatsoever. None.
moving on. What is that? Did you get a vote on that? 8-1. Item I.9, ordinance amending Water Resources Capital Improvements Fund.
Move the item.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Mr. Holston. Council, please vote. Sharon, this is your no vote.
Councilmember Hightower.
Oh.
It's the fees, not the fund.
I-12. Okay. Thank you, Mike.
They know because they already heard it from me.
Yes. And so that passes 8-1, Mr. Matheny voting no. I-10, ordinance amending the Water Resources Capital Improvement Fund. Moved by Mrs. Hightower, seconded by Mr. Holston. That passes 9-0. Item number I-11, ordinance amending the Water and Sewer Extension Reserve Fund. Moved by Mrs. Thurm, seconded by Dr. Wells. Council, please vote. That passes 9-0. All right, Sharon, ordinance amending Chapter 29 of the Greensboro Code of Ordinances, amending water and sewer fees.
I'm not moving the item.
Moved by Mrs. Thurm, seconded by Dr. Wells.
I also just want to say, and Mr. Borchers tried to explain this, but the fee that I saw in the work session and then the fee on the agenda item was 30 cents difference. So it said $4.64 in the item as well, and we were shown $4.38 in the work session as well. So, and I think that the availability was in the number we saw in the work session, but I don't know about here. So that's part of the reason I voted no. The second part is I just don't want to see the water fees increase. We increased the taxes. So I understand why we got to get water fixed. I don't need nobody to tell me nothing about no pipes in the ground. I already know about that. But at the same time, I'm going to tell you, water fund has a lot of money. There's a lot of money in water. So, you know, I would just like to see us hold the line sometimes at some things.
So that passes 7-2 with the alliance of Matheny Hightower voting against.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, I get them confused all the time.
Oh, my God.
I do want to say that our water and sewer, besides being a great resource for our residents, is really one of our biggest economic development tools. And we could not do all of these large economic development announcements that we've had over the last 2 years without the water and sewer plan that we do. So from an economic development standpoint, this is one of the most important things in the budget. So I do support that.
And just to add to that, the foresight came years ago when we decided to go with Randleman Dam.
Absolutely.
Because we didn't have enough water for the future. And our extending or our contracting with Burlington and some other cities around, because when we were in that drought, we were scared to death.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that was visionary.
And I do think that we're doing some visionary work when it comes to sewer. There is, you know, a look at another regional model, just like the Triad Water Authority, which would be for sewer as well, which would open it up to our partners. So, thank you.
But when we start seeing some of that revenue coming in from these bigger places, that's going to help us instead. But they're not coming in right now, so we're spending out, but we're not recouping. So I've talked about all that. So anyway, but this, I think we already moved it. Didn't we move it already?
Call a question.
We already voted.
Did we, Madam Clerk, did we vote on, we voted on 12, correct?
Yes, ma'am. You're on I-13.
That's okay. 13, moved by Mrs. Thurm, seconded by Dr. Wells. Council, please vote.
So if I don't vote for water, I can't vote for. Hold the water.
And that passes 7-2 with the alliance
we are
voting against.
What?
Yeah. Item I-14, ordinance amending Chapter 25 of the Greensboro Code of Ordinances, amending solid waste fees. Moved by Mr. Holston, seconded by Mrs. Thurm. Council, please vote.
That's the solid waste fees.
And that passes 7-2.
Oh my gosh.
That's the trifecta.
Hey, what can you say?
Item I-15, ordinance establishing fiscal year 2023-2024 grant project budget for community development block grant.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Abuzawader, seconded by Mrs. Hightower.
Maybe she'll vote for this one.
So what now? I seconded it.
I know.
And that passes 9-0.
I might still vote no, though.
Item I-16, ordinance establishing fiscal year 2023-2024 grant project budget for the Emergency Solutions Grant.
Second.
Moved by Mrs. Abuzawader, seconded by Mrs. Hightower.
I got to jump in where I can fit in. Come on here. Thing. Move. Move, thing.
And this passes 9-0. Item I-17, ordinance establishing fiscal year 2023-2024 Home Program Grant Project Budget for Greensboro and Guilford Consortium.
Move the item.
Second.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Mrs. Thurm.
What is wrong with my thing?
Nancy, my thing doesn't come up for me to mash. So I have to just speak out.
That passes 9-0.
Oh, no.
Item I.18, ordinance establishing fiscal year 2023-2024 grant project budget for housing opportunities for persons with AIDS, HOPWA. Moved by Mr. Holston, seconded by Mrs. Thurm. That is housing opportunities for people with AIDS.
Okay. Thank you.
I cannot
That
believe-
passes 9-0. Item number I.19, ordinance in the amount of $1,718,925, establishing the budget for fiscal year 2023-2024 Greensboro Urban Area Metropolitan Planning Organization, MPO activities. Moved by Mrs. Abuzawader, seconded by Mrs. Hoffman. That passes 9-0. Item I-20, resolution authorizing to contract 2023-2024 homeless prevention funds in the amount of $94,075 with the Greensboro Housing Coalition.
Move the item.
Second.
Moved by Mrs. Hightower, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem.
I don't know what's going on. Keeps. My screen won't even move anymore. Let me go here.
Workforce development.
Councilmember Holston.
Praise the Lord, we about through.
Do you want to vote?
Chuck said you can.
I can? Okay.
Yeah, because we're not writing anything.
All right.
That passes 9-0. Item I.21, ordinance amending the Department of Labor Community Project Grant in the amount of $1,600,000 for workforce development programs.
Move the item. Second.
Moved by Mr. Holston, seconded by Mrs. Hightower. And that's it. Council, please vote.
I need to place somebody on the board.
That passes 9-0. That means we have a budget.
That last one regarding the Housing Coalition Fund, I think Mr. Holstein does need to recuse himself.
He has to recuse himself.
That was different. That wasn't a budget. That was a contract.
Oh, that wasn't budget?
Right.
Okay, apologize.
I'm sorry.
So we need to vote over?
I think he just asked to correct the record and
Can we
recuse himself.
correct the record that Mr. Holston was
Abstaining.
abstaining?
Should recuse himself.
Yes.
He has to recuse.
Well, the legislature says you just don't do anything. So instead of 9, it's 8.
That's right.
20. It was I-20.
And so that's 8-0 instead of 9-0.
I will correct those minutes.
Thank you. Boards and commissions, if you could name who they're replacing in the district. Mayor Pro Tem?
I'd like to place Vanessa Martin on the Solid Waste Management Commission to replace Kay Brandon, who's been on there 10 years.
Oh, she's great.
Yeah.
They both
Well, I thank her. I thank Kay for all of her expertise and her commitment. Vanessa Martin is also a very good person. So.
And do we have a second on that?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Hightower. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 9-0.
And and I'd like to place Leonard Williams on the Solid Waste Commission, and he's replacing Dr. Bob Davis, who has been on for a while and has done a great job. So,
Do we have a second? Seconded by Mrs. Abuzawader. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 9-0. Mrs. Thurm? Mrs. Hoffman? Mrs. Abuzawader? Mr. Matheny? That's non-responsive. Mr. Holston? And Mrs. Hightower?
I don't have any appointments tonight.
Okay. If we have brief comments, since it is approaching the 10 o'clock item, Mrs. Hightower?
Yeah, I have a question on the MWBE utilization on the agenda. I need somebody to help me with the new math because I'm looking at where it says weighted goals, and the weighted goals are 18 and 10, but in the line it comes out 16, and so the numbers come out at the bottom. They don't add up. So we need to actually look at how the numbers are.
Councilor Hightower,
It's
let me-
not that page, it's the other page, not my weighted goal page. It's
Summit
this
Avenue.
page. It's the summary of MWB utilization. So as I'm looking at the numbers here, they don't equal. The totals don't equal to the numbers that I count. Like there's one here that says construction is 8% for WBE and 10%, yet the number says 6%. So I'm trying to understand the math. When it's MBE. So MBE had 8.6 and then 10, this other line, but the total was 6.03. So I'm gonna need somebody to help me with the math on this.
Councilor Hightower, I think the issue is that one's dealing with total contract amount and one's dealing with change order amount. But let me dive into that, and I'll let you know tomorrow if that's okay.
No, if you look on the utilization, the one not and it says here, okay, it's under you have your goal setting committee goals, and you have them listed here, and then next to that the line is subcontract and goal commitments achieved. So 8 and then 10, but it equals 6.03 at the bottom. I don't know how that number works.
Yeah, that 6.03 is being calculated on the total contract amount. It's very confusing, and let me get that fixed.
Yeah, we need to do something about that, if you would, and I appreciate it. But also, and I didn't bring up a whole lot tonight about MWBE, but I have not forgotten MWBE, and we are not achieving the goals we need to be achieving. There's some items that were even tonight. We're just not achieving those goals, and I don't know why we're getting off track like we are. I also want to see that B2G software be utilized more so that I can get more reporting to keep up with the reporting as to what the utilizations are being done and if subs are getting paid, if they're still on the contract. So B2G software should capture all of that, and it's not. I'm not seeing it at all. We're not seeing the reports at all, and it's a way to see if the program is actually doing what it should be doing. So I really would like for us to get that fixed. Secondly, and I just want to say we had a very successful Juneteenth event this past weekend. Really beautiful Black Food Truck Festival on Saturday for the third year. I don't have the numbers, but I'd really love to see the numbers. But I would almost say between the two parks, LeBauer Park and Center City Park, we saw, I'm going to say 10,000 people, and that's probably not true, but it felt like it. And it was such a warm, loving family reunion atmosphere that we had, and it was just beautiful to see. And I'm sorry that none of you all were down there at all, but in addition to, we had great music. The kids had a wonderful time. The food trucks had long lines. We had about 10 or 12, 13 food trucks. Every single solitary one had a line stretched out. And so people stayed till almost 11 o'clock Saturday night. But Juneteenth is our Black people's 4th of July. And some people may not understand that, but it is because we celebrate it because it's when we were free. We were not free in 1776, and I said that to someone recently. And so the freedoms that we experience, we have only been experiencing since 1863, in a sense that Abraham Lincoln said we were free, but it took 2.5 years for Black people in Texas to even find out about it. So even in being free, we were still not free. So Juneteenth every year is a way to highlight the reason why that event is so critically important to our community and to everybody, because we need to really understand the history that we have experienced in this country. But again, it was a great week. We celebrated in a great way, and we look forward to do it. And I want to thank the city for all your support. You supported the event in various ways, and I appreciate that as well. So, thank you.
Just for the record, I was there earlier in the afternoon. I saw Elm Street and the events that were going on and the vendors that were set up. I was gone by the time you were, because I did go to the sold-out Brooks and Dunn concert, which was another great concert that the city brought. They're a country. Yeah. There were actually three acts that night: Megan Mulroney, Scotty McCready, and Brooks and Dunn. I'll bring you next time. Yeah.
That's
Mr.
okay.
Alston?
Just a couple of things. First, for Juneteenth, it was a wonderful weekend. Lots of different activities that went on. I did not make it down to the Black Food Truck Festival. I was at a family reunion, and we had a great time. Also, I want to say happy Father's Day to all of the fathers. It was a great weekend. This was my first Father's Day weekend as a grandfather, so I co-opted, and I enjoyed every second of it, changing diapers and burping, all kinds of good things. And then last but not least, we mentioned it earlier, but Greensboro lost a lion, a legend, in Mr. Bill Sullivan, who was chair of the War Memorial Commission. I serve as the liaison from council and had wonderful, great conversations with Bill. The thing about him and his family is that he's the third in the generation to serve on that commission. His grandfather was on the inaugural commission back in 1958, and his father was named a lifetime member in 1976. And so losing Bill on the 14th is a big loss for Greensboro, and we send our condolences out to Carolyn, his wife, and the entire family. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Matheny? Mrs. Zabuzawader?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to say congratulations to the Greensboro Police Department Sheepdogs, who won the citywide softball tournament for the city. The score was 18-2. They played the Blue Jays. I want to say thank you to the city, the International Advisory Committee, Human Rights Department, of course, Parks and Recreation, Fire Department and GPD for helping sponsor the World Refugee Day. There were a lot of wonderful organizations there, and it was truly, truly a wonderful experience. Congratulations to Dr. Wells, Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, and Mrs. Hightower for receiving one of the Black Business Inc. Power 100 Awards on June 8th at the Tanger Center. And congratulations to Stephanie Martis on her promotion to Assistant Chief. She was sworn in as Assistant Chief on June the 12th. And that's all I have, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
First of all, I'd like to say happy birthday to my daughter, Lisa Johnson Tompkins. Secondly, I enjoyed Juneteenth. I went to Barbara Park for the gospel event, and Mr. Manager and staff, the folk out there were just absolutely fantastic. And the event was a great event. Our representative, Kathy Manning, happened to have been there, and I spoke to her. But I enjoyed that. I didn't get to the food truck thing, but Barbara Park was great. So that's it.
Dr. Wells?
We had our town hall last Thursday evening at Bennett College, and it was quite informative. And I'd like to tell those who would like to see the film that we watched. It's called Here Goes the Neighborhood, and it dealt with gentrification and made it really come alive for us. So you can get that, look at it, just go to the public library online, and you can look at it on your computer. I think that's about all I have to say tonight. Oh, on the 23rd, there will be a movie night at the Renaissance.
Oh, great.
And so you can come out from 7 until 10 and watch a movie on the lawn.
Do you know which movie it is?
I can look it up.
That's okay.
I can look it up.
Mrs. Thurm? Mrs. Hoffman?
Quick mention and congratulations to our Greensboro History Museum. They were just awarded a distinguished award for the elections, I think at 11 decades or whatever, exhibition. So that's really quite a distinguished honor, and with Carol Hart and our staff there. The History Museum really does an outstanding job, I think, with the various programming that they do.
And it's free. Mr. City Manager?
Nothing from me, thank you.
I have a question for the city manager. May I?
Right ahead. Absolutely.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. What is the status of the bus wrap with the African American Patriots?
So thank you very much for bringing that up and reminding me. So our GTA staff is working on that, and I should be able to share something with you this week.
Okay, have them call me.
Okay. They do have the pictures.
Do I have pictures?
I think
They
the
have
names,
pictures?
rather. Sorry.
Oh,
the email
great.
you sent me with the
Okay.
names, yes.
Mr. City Attorney?
Nothing tonight.
I move to adjourn. Second. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Okay.